Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I still hear myself too. Every time when I talk right now, I hear myself coming back, and when I hear myself, the voice is like all muffled and doesn't sound good. Yeah, just let Gary know what I. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Track condition listed as fast, and note in race number 1, scratched is number 8, Ace 44 Rebel. Race 2 has no changes. No changes, race number 2. Race number 3, number 6, Sporting a Smile. The driver will be Travis Henry. Travis Henry will drive Sporting a Smile in the third. In race number 4, scratched is number 3, All Star Fire Away. That's race 4, scratch 3, All Star Fire Away. Race 5, no changes. No changes, race 5. Race number 6, number 3, Black to Reality, changing steel to aluminum shoes up front. That's steel to aluminum shoes up front. Race number 7, no changes. No changes, race number 7. Race number 8, number 7, He's a Handyman, is scratched. Race 8, scratch 7, He's a Handyman. Race 9, no changes. No changes, race 9. Race 10, scratches of 3 and 4. Scratch 3, Stonebridge, Georgia, and 4, Sayonara Sealster. Race 10, scratch 3 and 4. And the 11th race has no changes. No changes, race 11. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race number 1, scratched is 8, Ace 44 Rebel. The second race will go as programmed. It's currently 12 minutes to post time.
4-2? Okay. So maybe we can try it then if you want. I'd rather, yeah, let's just give me a couple minutes, okay? Perfect. That's great. Just give me a minute, all right? I'll be right back. All right. You wanted to sort of change to that race? It's the only race that really affects anything to me. Looks like race 3, and the 3 was my top choice. So now in that race it's going to be 4-7-1-2, and then in the pick 5 and the pick 4 it's going to be 4-7 instead of 3-4. Makes sense. So 4-7 instead of 3-4. So in the third race in the pick 5 I had 3-4, and then the third race in the pick 4 second leg was 3-4. It's going to be 4-7 and bull. And then we can give it a whirl with just to tick it up and see. Can you hear the live feed? And will someone listen to it and make sure it sounds okay? Yeah, I understand like if it sounds bad like live over the main broadcast, I won't. You know what I mean? So like if it sounds terrible, let me know.
Just 5 minutes to post time for the opening dash here on a marvelous Monday at Grand River Raceway. And that means it's the kicking off of the early pick 5. Going to have 2 pick 5s back in action tonight here at the river. And of course, the first one's got that guaranteed pool of $5,000, low takeout 15%. And on the screen right now, you see the ticket that I've mapped out for you. Gary and I always give you our suggested tickets for this the sequence. A little tricky tonight. We've got 6 divisions of the Prospect Series for 2-year-olds, and of course that will make these sequences all that more difficult because we've got a lot of horses making their first lifetime starts or maybe their first start here at Grand River. But here goes my ticket for this opening sequence, the early pick 5. 2-3 in the opening leg. That's All Star Caroline and Angry Angel. Intrigued by Angry Angel getting over this surface now and then against her own kind after facing off against male competition in her last few efforts. The 1 and 3 in race number 2, that's Dancing in the Fire and TH Allow Me to Lead. So 2 deep in there. 4-7 in race 3. Very pivotal scratch there, the 3 Gucci Sealster. Now just using the 4 NY Key, New York Key, and the 7 Britta's Best Bet. So 2 deep in there. Then we're going to spread out in race number 4 with the 1, 3, 5, and 7. Very tricky leg for me, anyways. I do, kind of like the chances of the 7 April Shadows, but that's a difficult post here for her. So 1, 3, 5, and 7 for yours truly in there. And then moving on to race number 5, the 3 and the 7, 2 deep in there. Marvin Hagler and the Great Reset. The 3 Marvin Hagler is one that I think can bounce back in a big way this evening. Last time out, had a lot of work to do. Didn't look like himself either. Now some time between starts. I think we might see the best version of Marvin Hagler deliver a knockout punch in race number 5. So 2 deep in there. $12.80 is the cost of my ticket. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight. All right, and now we've got Gary's ticket. I'll go through his ticket quickly for him here. He's going to go 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 to kick it off here. 2 and 6 in the opening leg. All-Star Caroline, the 2. The 6, Twin B, Nancy's Wish. Race number 2, using the 3, TH Allow Me to Lead in the 1, Dancing the Fire. So we agree wholeheartedly in that leg. 4-7 in race number 3, NY Key and Britta's Best Bet. Then the 1 and 7 in race number 4, Eternal Delight and April Shadows. Race 5, the 2, 3, and 7. So he's added the 2 She's Beer League. Interesting option in there coming back north of the border for Jared Bothwell. She certainly fits with that group if she takes the surface here. So 2, 3, and 7 for Gary in that money leg. $9.60 is the cost of his ticket. Not sure if Conley's got one for us tonight or not. Take a look at it, though, if he does have one for us. So Gary's spending a little bit less than yours truly. Conley's ticket, well, $9.60 again. Here we go. And no one really feels too confident with a single, right? And I guess that makes sense with so many 2-year-olds hitting the track tonight. 3, 6, and 8 for Conley here in the opening leg. So he's kind of, the 8's actually scratched, so just 2 deep for Conley with the 3 and 6. 1 and 3 in race number 2, so same numbers as myself and Gary. 2 and 7 in the third race. That's Shamar's Lady Lucy and Britta's Best Bet. Race 4, the 1 and 7, so same as Gary there, Eternal Delight and April Shadows. And then race 5, he's actually leaving off Marvin Hagler, one that I think is going to bounce back in a big way tonight. He's got the 2 She's Beer League and the 7, the Great Reset. The one horse we all have in that leg is the 7, the Great Reset, who is a big chestnut trotter for Lauren House. $9.60 for Conley's ticket. We'll come back just a few moments to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field for race number 1 is on parade.
One is on parade.
Hannah
One
McKee
is
is
on parade. Hannah McKee is on parade. Hannah McKee is on parade. Hannah McKee is on parade.
Number 2 is All Star Caroline, but there is 3 Angry Angel. Travis Henry for Zachary Carroll. Number 4 is Pink Crush Laura, Colin Kelly for Bill Butt, and Hut Racing, and Rockridge Racing. Five is Liquor is Quicker, Carter Gimlet for James Dean. Number 6, Twin B Nancy's Wish, Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Mark and Natasha Stacy and Bertrand Gillespie. Number 2 is All Star Caroline, Anthony Hahn for James Lee. And number 7 is I Dream of Jeannie, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. Let's get a look at this field. And first up, we'll start with your top pick, Robert, Angry Angel. And Angry Angel is one that, well, does have a couple of runner-up finishes. And fill me in with Angry Angel and your top pick.
Yeah, Gary, I'm a big fan of Angry Angel in this spot, especially. Those two efforts, those last two, anyways, in Sarnia were good ones. Both were, efforts getting forwardly placed. Only missed by a neck last time to the Jack of Diamonds. Before that, wider margin to Raw Power when she was the even money favorite. But, she was racing against male competition in those dashes over in Hiawatha. At Hiawatha, and I just think that she's a horse trending in the right direction. And now she gets to face her own kind in here. She looks really sharp on the track right now. No doubt in my mind that Travis Henry is going to try to, get her off the gate well and maybe try to chop this out. Love the addition of him, too, in the sulky for Angry Angel. So happy to put her on top. Didn't go it alone with her in the pick 5, but happy to have her as my top choice.
And just a note for those who were thinking there's a missing line from July the 6th. Did not race on July the 6th, so last start was June the 22nd, but that's reasonably recent enough. And Angry Angel is getting the love at 7-5. My top one is number 2, All-Star Caroline, Anthony Hahn, and already had one good start here.
Yeah, I thought that was a real good start. Coming out of that, right? It was McWicked Move was the winner, heavy favorite, changed tactics and went to the front on that occasion with that rival. All-Star Caroline went to the early lead, then released that one to the front and sat a good trip, and I thought stuck around nicely to be second. Now, she was quite a ways back of the winner at 24-1, but again, we kind of noted that it's a good debut, right? First start of your career, and you're able to be kind of tactical in the early stages and get off the gate well, and then sit a trip. No shame in finishing second to that heavy favorite. So I think she's worth using in here. She takes a step forward off that one. It might be right to the winner's circle, and she's the value right now at 9-2.
Interesting to see what Twin B Nancy's Wish can do, because was racing well, then finished with broken equipment last start.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting because that was, we saw, Ryan DeRoche jumped aboard. Sean Stacy was named as the driver for that one, and then Ryan DeRoche picked up the drive, and this horse took heavy action. I mean, if you remember, Gary was the favorite early, drifted up to 2-1, and then was handled very aggressively. Got away fourth off the gate, went first up, kind of lived out there before finishing with broken equipment in fourth. Ended up being, more than 5 lengths back at the winner, McWicked Move. But I thought it was a decent enough effort that, you could probably, give her a look next time out. I didn't use her in here. I think that the two to her inside have the tactical advantage from post and early foot. But if you like her, I mean, wow, 2-1 last time, 9-1 today. That's almost a price you can't refuse.
And then you're taking a flyer on Pink Crush Laura. Been off a while, missed the last one due to sickness.
Yeah, just thinking maybe this one can kind of turn around. I never mind a lengthy kind of time between starts when you have a horse racing for a new barn, right? She's now going to race for Billy Budd. I have the utmost respect for him and his ability as a trainer. So maybe he can, kind of turn this one around from what she did in her first start at the Meadows, which would have been, obviously probably against some tougher competition as well. So just kind of one to use in the exotics and watch for next time. I'd be surprised if she won, but I think she can, land somewhere maybe in the Trier Super and spice it up. But she's taken more support than I expected, actually, at 13-1.
The one that I used on the bottom is Liquor is Quicker, and also one coming off of Scratch Bet Sick, but that last race was okay here.
Liquor is Quicker is we've known that she always gets put into the race off the gate. And if that continues to be the trend with her, that's obviously gonna help her chances, especially getting a big piece of it. So she always goes off at a big number on the board, but she typically lands somewhere in the exotic. So not one that's you want to ignore in the Try and Super.
And we're off to a flying start here, as you see that Angry Angel pulled off to the side, and I'm not quite sure exactly what has happened. Robert, we're having just a slight delay. But I want to ask you just overall now, once we start getting into these Prospect Series races, these are a bunch of 2-year-olds. You had to do quite a bit of homework for these Prospect Series?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it involves a lot more work when you have this many races that are full of 2-year-olds, right? So there's a lot of qualifiers to watch. Where you can watch them, of course, I mean, that's kind of half the battle, right? You're hoping that it's at venues where you can watch the qualifiers. And I also look into breeding and stuff like that, obviously yearling costs. There's a lot of different factors that you're going to look into. Some of the horses have raced before. That's obviously going to help their chances if they've got some real race experience under their belt. But yeah, for the most part, these cards take a lot more time. But it's a fun challenge, right? And then, to be honest, I mean, having a high strike rate tonight is going to be pretty difficult, Gary. I think we know that from history when it's a lot of 2-year-olds, but we'll learn a lot either way, in the post race to where we should go next time or what horses we should kind of follow to play next time out.
What do you want to see in the qualifier? One of my favorite things is just looking at the final quarter, because sometimes I want them to show me that the horse is alive and ready to go, but I know you have a few favorite things you like in qualifiers.
I love consecutive faster quarters, and to me, it doesn't really matter if it's a slow start. If it's consecutive faster throughout, that's something that catches my eye. To be honest, as someone who, as a horse player, I want to see horses that are kind of hidden in qualifiers. Right? There's no money in the line, so I'm hoping to find horses that are kind of maybe buried or set an inside trip and finish with a lot of pace, or sometimes horses that kind of get caught behind one that might have a lot more than what they're actually showing on paper. So I'm looking for the ones that raced better than advertised, we'll say.
Yeah, well, it is something we're going to have to be looking at as we start into that second race, the Prospect Series. But first order of business is this first race. It's a field of 7, taking up their positions, Hannah McKee, All-Star Caroline. In the center, Angry Angel, Pink Crush Laura, Liquor is Quicker. To the outside, Twin Bee Nancy's Wish, and I Dream of Jeannie. Field of 7, race number 1. And the field for race number 7 is into the backstretch, gathering speed. Race number 1, field of 7. Field for the first race. There at the start of the rough. Angry Angel is going to fire out quickly. Hannah McKee on the outside, A Dream of Jeannie. Then it is Pink Crush Laura. All-Star Caroline is racing 5th, and then Liquor is Quicker and Twin Bee Nancy's Wish. But I Dream of Jeannie was able to come on and get the lead. I Dream of Jeannie. Angry Angel, a little bit rough there, but racing 2nd and is just about 3 lengths back. Pink Crush Laura 3rd. Racing 4th is Hannah McKee, and 5th is All-Star Caroline. Then it is back to Liquor is Quicker and Twin Bee Nancy's Wish, and off the turn they come, and they race their way on towards us. Pink Crush Laura is threatening. Pink Crush Laura looking to come on and grab the lead from I Dream of Jeannie. Pink Crush Laura, I Dream of Jeannie, and Angry Angel is going to roll out 3 wide right now. Is popped out, and Angry Angel wants to try to stride up and grab the lead, and now taking back and tucking in is Pink Crush Laura. Now only in the 2 wide path is Angry Angel, and Angry Angel And Travis Henry now is going to come and get the lead. 4-5 on the board. Angry Angel. I Dream of Genie is second. Pink Crush Lore third. Now All Star Caroline has moved out on the inside. Hannah McKee. Then it is back to Liquor is Quicker and Twin B Nancy's Wish. Angry Angel, I Dream of Genie, Pink Crush Laura, All Star Caroline's getting closer now as they head on to three quarters. All Star Caroline is about to take over third, but still has to make up about 5 or 6 lengths over a very sharp Angry Angel, who's under wraps and is just cruising and is open to lead up about 4. I Dream of Genie, All-Star Caroline, Pink Crush Laura, Liquor is Quicker, then Hannah McKee and Twin B Nancy's Wish, but Angry Angel, on down the stretch drive they come, and Angry Angel has nothing to be angry about, is just going to happily come on to the finish. All-Star Caroline is going to, well, coming on maybe to get second. Twin B Nancy's Wish with All-Star Caroline, I Dream of Genie. The first race, Angry Angel gets the job done. The favorite at 4-5, Rob.
Yeah, heavy favorite gets home. Going to keep a lot of tickets alive, including our pick 5 tickets. And you know what? I put this one on top. I probably should have singled her, Gary, because I got to see lots of her at Hiawatha, where I do selections for them every Saturday nights, and she was one that you know, I kind of took notice of, right, taking on the boys in each of those efforts and doing a lot of the work in those races when having to settle for smaller pieces. So she's hit the board now in 4 straight, but now she gets to the winner's circle for the first time in her career, and does so with Travis Henry and that kind of aggressive steer we were expecting. But she certainly won with ease.
Yeah, pretty aggressive. You don't usually see a young horse pop out 3 wide like that and just say, enough of this. I just want to get to the front.
Yeah, I mean, you like to see it though, right? Especially if you bet on her, because you know that you're probably betting on one that you know, has the most tactical speed and is showing that. So nice to see that that aggression. I mean, you can see to the wire here. I mean, just gotta, you know, just kind of sitting on her and tight lines to the wire, and a nice little race for place though. I mean, I like, you know, All Star Caroline is one we got to continue to watch too, because race with different tactics tonight and still race pretty well, but it looks like she might have got clipped by Twin B Nancy's Wish.
Yeah, Twin B Nancy's Wish to make it close, but All-Star Caroline, while we do at least split the 2 favorites with Twin B Nancy's Wish, which was your third choice, so you did have the correct 3, and then I Dream of Genie on the bottom. But coming back in front of us, number 3, Angry Angel, is the winner of race number 1. Angry Angel, trained and owned by Zachary Carroll. Travis Henry, the winning driver. Angry Angel's first career win. The first race payouts: 3 Angry Angel, 360, 250, 210. 6 Twin B Nancy's Wish, 410, 270. 2 All Star Caroline, 250. $2 exactor, 1460. Dollar try, 1290. Dollar superfecta, 5080. First race over a finish from the top, 631-7524 scratch. That's 631-7524 scratch.
Realize make a change to my pick four. So I messed up.
Light, Calico Sealster, and April Shadows. And then in the money leg, race number 5, just the 3 and 7, Marvin Hagler and the Great Reset. I think that's going to be a real nice trotting event. Prefer to a lot of horsepower in race number 5 tonight. So $4.80 for a 20-cent ticket is my ticket. We'll get a look at Conley's ticket in just a moment, see what he's doing. But I know none of us really feeling too strong about a single tonight. Conley, too. He's going to go 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, Noah Arc style. And 1-3 here for him in the opening leg, same as myself and Gary. The 2 and 7 in race number 3, 1-7 in race 4, and the 2 and 7 in race number 5. $3.20 is the cost for his ticket. No map out your winning wagers for this early pick 4 starting right here in race number 2. Low take was 15% guaranteed pool, $2,500. We'll be back in just a moment to take a closer look at the second dash of the night.
Field for the second race, the Prospect Series, 2-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings on Post Parade. 1, Dancing in the Fire, Colin Kelly for Jared Bako and David Cryway. Number 2 is Diesel Dally, Austin Story for Kyle Bossens and William Pendleton. Number 3, they allowed me to lead. Travis Henry for Jason Libby and Douglas Dunbar, and Gary and Joyce Gagne, and Jason shares in ownership. Number 4, Smiling Dancer, Jason Ryan for Paul Ritchie. Five is Bruiser on Broadway, Steve Byron for Louis F. Timiadis and Antonio Tangretta. Number 6, Big Brass, Brent McDonough for Murray Brethren, Daniel Serafin and Glenn Smith and Vincent Albanese. And number 7, Don't Play with Fire, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Campbell. Field of 7, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. And first up, well, 8-1 on the one that we both like on top. Can that hold, Rob?
I doubt it. I mean, I'd be surprised to see that price hold on TH. Allow me to lead because we got first start Jason Libby, something that we typically like to to jump behind, and this is a horse that was a $50,000 yearling as well. So. I thought that TH Allow Me to Lead was going to take a lot more support here. Obviously, you look at those qualifiers at the Meadows; they certainly look that like they would be good enough to be competitive against this group. And again, we just love the barn of Jason Libby, and he has so much success bringing these horses up from the States. So I was happy to put this one on top. Didn't go it alone really anywhere tonight in multi-leg wagers, but 7-1. We'll see that come down come post time. I think there's no question about that.
Well, and then also, look, still sitting at 7-1, but we both have one dancing in the fire as our second choice, and is getting a lot of love. 3 qualifiers to get ready.
Yeah, three qualifiers to get ready, and we've seen Jared Bako have success with that kind of formula too, right? 2 south of the border, then 1 up here at Mohawk Park, and this is the first foal out of Fire Baby, who is a horse I remember very well. 5th in the Roses are Red. A lot of time the preferreds at Mohawk Park, and just over $11,000 shy of $300,000 in lifetime earnings and 29 victories. So I was a big fan of this horse's dam, and I think that you got to respect A, the connections, and B, what you see on paper with Dancing in the Fire as well. So no surprise, this one is 2-1. I just expected us to see a couple of 2-1 shots in the form of the 1 and 3, and right now that's going in a different direction.
And also, Jared Bako puts up good numbers. Now he tends to race Sarnia Dresden way, but certainly he's got the numbers. And look, 260 starters, 60 winners.
Yeah, Jared Bako, a lot of success too south of the border, and utmost respect for the numbers he puts up, and he's also, we've seen some good youngsters around these parts at Mohawk Park as well do very well. So I think you have to respect this one's chances.
Number 6, Big Brass, has had 2 qualifiers. The latter of the 2 was a bit better. People should also be noting when you look at those times, go over and look at that the track was off a couple of seconds in both qualifiers.
Yeah, that's another key, right? You asked about looking at qualifiers. Track conditions a big part of it too, because I think sometimes we have a tendency just to look at the final mile time and say, "Oh, wow, that looks pretty slow," but you don't take into account necessarily that the track may have been off by a couple seconds. And tonight we're going to see horses that race over tracks that were off by 3 seconds. But Big Brass, I certainly don't mind the last qualifier, the winning one there. And this horse is a half brother to Village Champ, 27 wins. And almost 145,000 made. I remember that horse as well, and certainly one that was kind of did well on the shorter track. So I like Big Brass's chances here for a piece of it, and 6-1 is not a bad number.
And Bruiser on Broadway, people aren't being scared off of that 10th place finish last time out. Mile of 57.
Yeah, probably shouldn't be scared off. I mean, Stonebridge was the winner of that race, right? So this is one I've got pegged for 4th, but I mean, could have moved this one up a spot or two. 8-5 on the board to me is an overbet, but certainly fits in well with this group coming out of that one. And I wouldn't read in too much to where he finished and how far back he was. That was a pretty strong group he raced against.
Well, we're still both sitting with the 3. They allowed me to lead at 5-1. Dancing in the Fire, Diesel Dally on the inside. They allowed me to lead, and Smiling Dancer and Bruiser on Broadway. In the center to the outside, Big Brass and Don't Play with Fire. It's a field of 7. It's the second dash. Field for the second race. Gathering speed approaching the start. They're at the start of the rough, and Bruiser on Broadway. They allowed me to lead, and Dancing in the Fire, Diesel Dally, Big Brass, then Don't Play with Fire, and Smiling Dancer. Bruiser on Broadway was able to come on and get the lead. Dancing in the Fire is second. They allowed me to lead as third. Racing fourth is Diesel Dally. Then it is Big Brass and Don't Play with Fire. Trailing the field, Smiling Dancer. Bruiser on Broadway. 5-1 on the board. Came up on the odds board now as Dancing with Fire dropped down to 3-5 on the board and is racing, filling the pocket. And then third in line, they allowed me to lead. And the field works their way on towards us. And fourth is Diesel Dally. Then a gap of 3 or 4. Big Brass, Don't Play with Fire. And Smiling Dancer is trailing 27-1 opening quarter. And they head up towards the half. And on top is Bruiser on Broadway. Has the lead over Dancing with Fire, the heavy favorite. They allowed me to lead, is racing third, and is about 4 from the front. Diesel Dally fourth, then Big Brass, Don't Play with Fire to the outside, and Smiling Dancer is still trailing, 57-2 halftime, 32nd, second panel, and they work on down the backstretch. Bruiser on Broadway, and Stephen Byron is sitting very calm on the bike right now with a lead of about 2 1/4. Dancing with Fire is Dancing in the Fire is racing second. They allowed me to lead as third. Then Diesel Dally, Big Brass, Don't Play with Fire, and Smiling Dancer. 3/4 was 125. Well, it's either 125 and 3 or 126. You take your pick. And now popping out of the pocket is Dancing in the Fire. Bruiser on Broadway. Dancing in the Fire is going to dance by Bruiser Broadway. On down the stretch where they come. Dancing in the Fire and Bruiser on Broadway. Now looking to squeeze up the inside. They allowed me to lead, but Dancing in the Fire. 3-5 on the board was Dancing sharply at the finish. Then Smiling Dancer came on to get second, close for third. And we'll give you the mile time later, but nonetheless, Dancing in the Fire did eventually get all that money. And we talked about Jared Bako, and we're going to see Jared Bako's 2-year-old gelding back in the winner's circle, Robert.
Yeah, no, he's kind of much the best. You know, that money sure came in by helicopter late. I mean, was kind of the favorite throughout the betting. Dancing in the Fire was, but it really came in late. I mean, we saw it click to 6-5, 3-5 behind the gate. And I mean, again, I really expected him to take all kinds of support because you've got strong connection. We've also seen this formula work out, you know, for Jared Bako with these 2-year-olds, couple of qualifiers south the border, one at Mohawk Park, and then away they go. And I mean, it was a pretty good group too that he qualified against. I thought All-Star Maniac was a little bit disappointing in his trip around Mohawk Park recently, but Set Shot was second in there, and he just kind of made sense. And Colin Kelly waited for the opportune time to move around to the lead there, and Dancing in the Fire just did the rest.
And you talked about wanting to see quicker quarters. Each quarter in the qualifier of the last one getting quicker all the way down to 27-4 with the final quarter.
Yeah, that's the first thing I usually look at, Gary. Like the first thing I kind of look for when I'm looking at qualifiers, and then there's obviously you've got to kind of go through the rest and make sure it all makes sense for the makeup of the race. But yeah, again, a horse like I had pegged for second, I thought would be the likely favorites. But yeah, he was much the best. I probably should have had that one on top. But I'll tell you, Smiling Dancer, we're gonna watch for horses for next time in a lot of these 2-year-old races. That was a nice light move from the Forest Smiling Dancer for Paul Ritchie. Just one qualifier under that one's belt right here at Grand River. Like the way that one came home to be second.
And Bruiser on Broadway, if you were looking at that 10th place finish in the debut, that was much more of a mile there.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, again, you're looking at a race at Mohawk Park anyway, 8th off the gate, kind of overland for quite a bit of it, and you get beat by March into Stonebridge Wizard, but that horse has been been fantastic in both of his career starts. So you certainly can't read too much in that 10th place finish, and the Prospect Series is going to probably be a pretty good starting point for Bruiser on Broadway to do better things. So a decent third for him, and they allow me to lead the 3. I mean, decent trip. Didn't kind of look as comfortable as I like to see out there, and but I'm sure that first start of real race experience will help his chances next time out.
It's a 1-4-5-3 top four. And coming back in front of us is number one, Dancing in the Fire. 2-year-old Dancing Lube, gelding up by David Cryway, trained by Jared Bako. Colin Kelly is the winning driver. Dancing in the Fire takes his career debut. Mile of, well, I'll tell you later. Fans, the inquiry sum pertaining to for Smiling Dancer and a break in stride. Fans note the judges ruling that number 4 Smiling Dancer did not violate any braking regulations. Second race, payouts 1 Dancing in the Fire, 320, 230, 240. 4 Smiling Dancer, 790, 410. 5 Bruiser on Broadway, 280. $2 exactor, $18. Dollar try, $56.75. Dollar super, $211.25. Double of 3 and 1, 1160. They're at the start of the rough, and Bruiser on Broadway. They second race order of finish from the top down is a 1642357. That's 1642357 on the bottom.
Farm of Canada is home to 9 exceptional stallions, including Beach Glass, the last great son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Also new in 2024, Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Double millionaire betting line, sire of 5 winners of over $400,000. Mick Wicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and Hall of Fame inductee. Trixton, sire of 6 who have earned over $500,000, including O'Brien Award winner Evident Beauty. Also standing Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and My MVP. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Field 4, race number 3 is on parade. One is TJ Bliss, Scott Young for JF McGuire and Steve Lapierre and JP Nadeau. Number 2, Shimar's Lady Lucy, Austin Surrey for Joe Pereira and Sheila Lewis. Number 3 is Gucci Sealster, Brett McDonough for Murray Brather, and Jeffrey Thompson and Glenn Tarver and Dean Campbell. Number 4 is NY Key, Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore and Let It Ride Stables and Odds On Racing. Number 5 is Baby Bell, Jason Ryan for Scott McNiven and Kimberly McNiven, and Kelly McNiven and Douglas Haywood. Number 6, Sporting a Smile. It is Travis Henry for Earl McLeod, who partners in ownership with Clifton Hobbs. And number 7 is Bretta's Best Bet, Paul Davies for Steve Fudge. Paul drives and trains. Field of 7, race 3, Prospect Series, 2-year-old pacing fillies. Let's look at this field. And, well, Rob, you got a case of 3-itis in the first 5 picks here. Top choice is number 3, and it's the 3 here. Set up by Murray Brather, 7-2, now 4-1.
Yeah, Gucci Sealster's one here that I think you have to give this one a big chance in here, Gary. I made some adjustments to my selections, but I do think that Gucci Sealster's one you've got to respect in here, right? Strong connections for horses that come off and make their first starts of their career. She's also the first foal at a Winston Glory, who's got 32 wins and 543,000 made. So Gucci Sealster definitely with a chance. Looks pretty good on the track as well.
When you say you've made some adjustments, is this not your top pick now?
New York, NY Key, the 4 ended up being my top selection. So that one, and the reason why, $100,000 yearling purchase, the 4 NY Key, trained by Doc Moore, right? We know that they always come ready from that barn, and a horse that. I looked at that qualifier a few times, and you obviously forwardly placed early on, and then fades back way out of it. But it was a pretty strong group. Still paced her mile in 58 flat. See, the quarters aren't consecutively faster, but they are pretty much so. The last 2 being equal 28 and 4. And to be honest, right now I think there's a lot of value on the board with the 4 NY Key. So 7-1 on the board right now, and one that again, I think there's some reasons to like this horse from a bloodline perspective. Full sister to Alicorn, $730,000 made in their career, and Medusa with over $1 million made. So NY Key I think is one that's flying under the radar right now.
I guess we're going to have to allow you to make that adjustment. I don't know. Maybe we should have a ruling on it. But number 7, Britta's Best Bet is one that, well, you filtered out of the top 2 outside post position, and Britta's Best Bet, 2 qualifiers to get ready.
I like that with the Brita filter there. I use a Brita filter every day. So, Brita's Best Bet. You know what? Paul Davies has some horses on today's card, some youngsters that I thought qualified very well. And you look at this one's consecutive faster quarters, and really more so in both of those qualifiers, 27 flat on the end of it. I mean, that's some serious speed for a 2-year-old filly in their first 2 trips behind the starting gate. What do I not like about her, Gary? You know what it is? It's the post. I mean, we know that post is not going to play as big as a factor, but on the pace especially, you get up to 7 and 8, and it's kind of been a little bit tricky for horses to get to the winner's circle. So I like this one's chances a lot. Price, I don't like at 8-5, and the post is one that I've certainly shied away from here.
And then on the inside, we get one that qualified here and ended up the qualifier pretty well.
Yeah, you know what? The one TJ Bliss, I thought she finished off really well. 29 seconds on the end of it. Another one with consecutive faster quarters, so it's kind of a theme through my selections. A lot of horses are going to have that. And she was kind of, in the center of the track, moving nicely, not really under much urging at all in 201. And we talked about it a lot this season. Horses that kind of qualify here might have an advantage over their rivals, right? So pole positions had a lot of success as well. And this is a horse that I think she's got a big chance in here. So half brother, no one to depend on too. Is half sister, sorry, no one to depend on. 37 wins, nearly 400,000 made. I think you got to use the one TJ Bliss everywhere in the exotics.
Well, number 4, NY Key is sitting at 9-2, but our top pick, if she wins, then I might have to check this out and see if we're allowing this change. It's a field of 7 for the third, taking up their positions as they're approaching the top of the stretch into the backstretch. Field for the third, Prospect Series, 2-year-old Pacing fillies. They're at the start of the rough. Brett is best. And Key, TJ Bliss, and then Gucci Sealster. Then, as they work their way around the turn, that is getting away position to fifth is Shemar's Lady Lucy. Then it is back to Baby Bell and Sporting a Smile. Brett is best bet, who has the lead, but now Key on the outside wants to come on and clear to the front. Key is going to clear to the lead. Brett is best bets racing second. TJ Bliss third. Gucci seals her position to fourth. Shemar's Lady Lucy is back there in fifth as they work their way off the turn. Then it is back further to Baby Bell, and then trailing the field. Now coming on to take second, Sporting a Smile, and trailing the field is Baby Bell. And now TJ Bliss is going to blast up and try to take the lead and clear to the front before that turn. And it is TJ Bliss and Scott Young who's got the lead. And Key is racing, filling the pocket. Britta's best bet is third. Gucci Sealster on the inside and working to the outside. Shemar's Lady Lucy. Then it is Sporting a Smile and Baby Bell on down the backstretch. TJ Bliss is leading as they race their way on towards 3/4, and the advantage right now is about 3.5 lengths. Britta's best bet has now moved up and is trying to take second and has grabbed it from NY Key. Then Gucci Sealster, and on the outside, Shemar's Lady Lucy, and then Sporting a Smile. TJ's Bliss leads as they race their way towards the top of the stretch off 3/4, 126-3, and that half of 58-3. Britta's best bet is second, but TJ Bliss leads right now by about 3 or 4 lengths as the field turns for home. Britta's best bet out wide. Gucci Sealster on down the stretch. Proud they come. TJ Bliss. Gucci Sealster, though, is digging hard, but TJ Bliss is going to win. Gucci Sealster second. Britta's best bet third. And NY Key finished fourth. TJ Bliss 156-2 at 3-1. Scotty Young had the answer in the third, Rob.
Yeah, he sure did. He had the answer there, Gary. And you know what? Like I said, I watched that qualifier a few times and was moving nicely on the end of it, center of the track, under no real urging, 29 seconds. And listen, we need to watch for that too, right? These youngsters, especially the ones that come out that have that start over Grand River in a qualifier, they're going to have an edge over their rivals. And she was certainly driven, aggressively tonight. Love the move, middle stages to get to the lead, and she was just gone. Off that last turn. I mean, there was no catching her. So nice debut here for this daughter of Big Jim, trained by Jean-Francois Maguire.
And then Gucci Sealster is one that we can take note of. Came from out of it to pick up second.
Yeah, I won't be booking off her next time. Okay, I would offer, an adjustment, a late adjustment tonight. I won't be doing that next time because she raced really well. She got trapped on the inside. And she was moving best of all, obviously, in the stretch. I mean, TJ Bliss had built up a big lead, and I think she was kind of also, kind of throttled down a little bit. But Gucci Sealster moving best of all late, and we can definitely jump on her bandwagon next time out.
Yeah, and NY Key was up early, but then dropped all the way back to fourth.
Yeah, she kind of raced like her qualifier. I thought maybe she faded in that qualifier because of the level of her competition, but maybe that's just kind of how she is right now, right? She can go early, but she doesn't really have those legs under her late, so she ends up sticking around for fourth. But yeah, we need to see better from her next time.
Well, we do get a 1-3-7-4 Rob and TJ Bliss and Scotty Young in race number 3. Coming back in front of us, one, TJ Bliss, a 2-year-old Big Jim Bay filly, owned by Jean Allaire and Jean-Francois McGuire, Steve Lapierre, and J.P. Nadeau. Jean-Francois McGuire is the trainer. Scott Young is the winning driver. T.J. Bliss, 156 and 2. Takes her career debut. The third race, payouts 1 TJ Bliss, 860, 350, and 340. Number 3, Gucci Silster, 320, 220, 7 British Best Bet, $3. $2 exactor, $19.70, try, $45.10, superfecta, $100, $37.25. Third race, order of finish from the top down, 162-4753. That's 162-4753. Field for race number 4 on parade. 1 is Eternal Delight. Samuel Fillion for Scott McEnany. The owner is Mart West Racing, and Jeffrey and Dr. Terry Brock. Number 2 is Payson Boots. Brett Medina for Murray Breather. Trains and owns along with Kevin McKinley and Martin Van Beek. Number 4 is Plastic Fantastic. Paul McKenzie for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing and Ozzie McKay. Number 5, Calico Sealster. Austin Sorey for Terry McKibben and Kim Smith. Number 6, Wicked Spark. Garrett Rooney for Lindsey Kerr and Sally Charlton. And number 7 is April Shadows. Travis Embry for Jeffrey Taylor, who trains and partners with Rosetown Stables. Let's get a look at this field, a field of 6. And, well, Rob, 3 of these fillies have had a start, and 3 are making a first-time start. We went, both of us, to 7 April Shadows, who had a start at Mohawk, 56-4.
Yeah, 56-4 against a good winner too, right? In Wicked Pace and Perfectly Chic was second. So I think it kind of goes back to what we talked about early on in the card, Gary. We don't want to read too much into these horses that come from Mohawk Park, get beat by a wide margin, and against strong groups. I mean, you can see throughout that horse's line that time around, consecutively faster quarters until the third quarter, and then home in 57-1 equals 28-3s on the end of it. So I thought that she merited some respect in here. She's 3-1 right now, moving into post 6 with a scratch, and half brother to St. Lad Sterling, 12 wins and over 300,000 made in their career. So I'm happy to put this one on top. And again, the post gets a little bit better.
And April Shadows has also had a qualifier over this track back on June the 12th. 1 Eternal Delight. We both went to that one second. The fans have gone there first, and well, he's won with 2 qualifiers. Good back half in the most recent qualifier.
Yeah, and oddly enough, my top 3 here have all qualified here at the River, the only 3 in the race to do so. And yeah, Eternal Delight, $17,000 yearling purchase, and the qualifier here was a winning one in 202. Thought it was decent enough, and then got to Mohawk Park for the most recent morning prep, and it was a third and 159 flat. And again, those consecutive faster quarters, home in 28-2. So pole position. I mean, on the pace, I like that. On the trot, not so much for a youngster, and I think a horse is going to be in the mix throughout.
And then the next one I want to talk about is 5 Calico Sealster. Well, this one qualified here. It wasn't an overly effective qualifier. Then qualified at Mohawk, and what only thing you really see of that 28-4 final quarter. But you've liked something with this filly.
Yeah, there's a couple things I like with her. I mean, she's a $50,000 yearling purchase, half sister to Kraken Sealster. 73,000 made, but just 3 for 38. But the reason why too I like her is I watched her qualifiers, and both times seemed they were kind of well within themselves. Remember, I talked about horses that you think might be able to offer more that aren't really showing their best when they go behind the gate in a qualifier. With that last one, I thought she was certainly showing a lot more in that last quarter of 28-4, but wasn't really asked to do much before that. In against a solid group there. Now the time was just 2:03-2. Obviously, that's nothing to get too excited about over the fast service of Mohawk Park, but I think there's something more there. And do we see it tonight, or maybe a couple starts down the road? That's kind of the big question. But I like to try to get ahead of it, especially when they're going to be a price like 13-1. And I mean, and really, by all rights, off those kind of lines, the price should be higher than that as well. I just think there's something more there, Gary, and I think she's worth a long look.
And Rob, I thought we had to use Wicked Spark somewhere on the ticket because it's Garrett Rooney and Lindsey Kerr, and does show a couple of good qualifiers, competitive last qualifier as well.
Yeah, love the connections, obviously, and that latest one, over Sarnia, long way on the lead before getting caught late by Party It Up, and that one has been doing good things pari-mutually. So, yeah, I think Wicked Sparks one you have to use in the exotics.
Well, it is a field of 6 for race number 4. The Prospect Series 2-year-old pacing fillies, the Eternal Delight, and Pace and Boots on the inside. In the center, Plastic Fantastic, Calico Sealster. On the outside, Wicked Spark, April Shadows. It is a field of 6 for the 4th race. Field of 6 for the 4th race into the backstretch. Gathering speed approaching the start. And they're at the start of the rough. And it is Wicked Spark and April Shadows. Wicked Spark ignites early and is going to come out and grab the lead. Calico Sealster second. Eternal Delight. Plastic Fantastic. April Shadows second last. And Pace and Boots is now trailing the field. And it is Calico Sealster, who's now going to stride up and clear to the front. Calico Sealster, Wicked Spark. Now April Shadows is surging on the outside and racing for the Eternal Delight. Then Plastic Fantastic and Pace and Boots, and they work their way off the turn, and they roll on towards us. Calico Sealster, April Shadows now is going to come up and clear to the front. April Shadows has taken over from Calico Sealster, who's 23-1 and racing second. Wicked Spark third. Eternal Delight is fourth in line. In front of Plastic Fantastic, and Pace and Boots is trailing the field. April Shadows 7-5 on the board has the lead. Calico Sealster is racing position second. Wicked Spark now moves to the outside and is going to come up and try to challenge for the front. April Shadows with the lead, and now Wicked Spark on the outside. Calico Sealster third. Eternal Delight is racing on the outside now, second over fourth, and a gap of about a length and a half. And Plastic Fantastic and Pace and Boots, it is April Shadows and Wicked Spark. April Shadows leads. Wicked Spark on the outside is only about a head back, and they race by 3/4 and racing third. Eternal Delight and Calico Sealster. Plastic Fantastic, Pace and Boots is trailing the field. Wicked Spark has come on to get the lead from April Shadows, and Eternal Delight is looming out there wide. Eternal Delight is closing hard. Wicked Spark, Eternal Delight on down the stretch route they come. Eternal Delight is delightful in the deep stretch and is going to win it. Then it is Wicked Spark finishing third. Plastic Fantastic and April Shadows dropped out of it to finish fourth. And we'll give you the mile time later, but it was Eternal Delight, Rob, who was going to, 7-5 on the board, did drop down quite a bit in the late going. We both had this one for second best, but April Shadows did not hold on very strongly at all.
No, not tonight. Anyways, yeah. Eternal Delight, nice victory there. Nice steer too by Sam Filion. Put this horse in a good position to get the victory. Right. A lot of this too is about education, right? So a lot of these horses are out there having to go this speed for the first time. And again, I thought that Eternal Delight got a real nice steer from Sam Filion, and you see flips off cover here and kind of just cruises by the second place finisher, Wicked Spark, who raced really well, really to be second. I mean, clearly the best of the rest. Gary, I know you were fond of that one for solid connections, and it was a nice second at 8-1.
Yeah, and the one thing too to note about April Shadows, and you mentioned this a lot, the April Shadows initially started to leave, and then when Wicked Spark gunned out, Travis Henry quickly changed plans, so then he drops back and gets away second last, and then makes a spirited move to the front. So he expended a fair amount of energy in the early going.
Definitely did. You know, we always talk about that, right? You when you have a horse, especially 2-year-olds, when you're trying to leave out of there and the horse beside you, directly beside you, is blasting out the wings of the gate, it makes it infinitely tougher to get away. It doesn't really matter what your post is if the horse beside you is blasting out. So, had to go to plan B pretty quick, and that probably ended up, using a little more than he wanted to early, and then the middle stages when he did make the move.
And then Plastic Fantastic actually was closing nicely and came up to nip April Shadows, so adds to the price value with April Shadows at 7-5, dropped back to fourth.
Yeah, Plastic Fantastic's what I'll be watching too going forward. Blake McIntosh been racking up some victories. I mean, he had one at Mohawk Park and some wins south of the border as well. So be watching that barn. I think they're starting to really come alive, and we'll see some good things from his charges.
Back in front of us is One Eternal Delight, a 2-year-old Better's Delight Bay filly, owned by Mark West Racing and Kentucky Farm and Jeffrey and Dr. Terry Rugg. It's Eternal Delight, trained by Scott McEnany. Sammy Fillion, the winning driver. 2-year-old Better's Delight Bay fillies. First win, first career start. Mile of 157 and 2. The fourth race payout, 20, Eternal Delight, 490, 290, 270. 6 Wicked Spark, 570, 410. 4 Plastic Fantastic, 380. $2 exactor, $26. Dollar Try, $49.95. Dollar Super, $112.60. Fourth race. Order of finish from the top down. 1, 6 scratch, 3, 5, 2, 4. Field for the fifth on parade. 1, Global News. Garrett Rooney for Angela Carroll. Number 2, She's Beer League. Travis Henry for Jared Bothwell. Number 3 is Marvin Hagler. Brett McDonough for Mark McQuarrie. And the owner is Mary Pedden and Mark shares in ownership. Number 4 is Heavy Duty, Ryan DeRoche for Natalie Elliott. 5, Insanity, Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Michael Goldberg. Number 6, number 2, Scott Young for Brian Lawrence and Smirk Incorporated. Number 7, The Great Reset, Lauren House drives and trains and partners with Chantal Ruiz. Number 8 is Prince Archie, Steve Udon for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. And 9, Victor Invictus, Jay Harris for Jerry Duford and Homestretch Holdings and Lloyd and Barbara Tiley. It's a field of 9. It's a nice field of preferred 2 trotters. Rob, let's get a look and see if we can squeeze in 5 here and give someone the ticket. We'll start with number 3, Marvin Hagler, your top pick, and one that you think can come out punching here. Moves up a level, but did at least race very aggressively last race.
Yeah, it is one that I thought Gary last time he kind of didn't look like himself, in that mile. Did kind of go with a racing style we've seen from him many times, kind of racing from off the pace. Thought he raced really well, all things considered. He did disappoint at 20 cents the dollar. So, I mean, the one angle, too, you can look at is, yes, he's moving back out to the preferred ranks, but if you backed him last time at 20 cents the dollar, a little bit of time between starts, I think you have to come right back to him and take back that value at odds of 9-2 today. So, again, I just think that we're going to see a better version of him tonight. Good post to work from. And will likely, kind of do what he usually does, maybe race on a helmet and second over. But love his chances, 9-2, great price.
And he does belong with these. May 13th at London in a preferred close second to Cena Magician, who's a very good trotter. Number 7, The Great Reset. It's not shocking to me that this one's taking a lot of coin.
It's not shocking he's taking a lot of coin, but you've seen the pick 5 payout. I was absolutely shocked when I saw that. $172 for 20 cents on the Great Reset. He's not even like close to being, he's like the 5th choice in the multi-leg wagers. That really took me by surprise. I thought that he'd be the favorite in here. I think he's deserving of that status, but in the multi-legs, he's not taking that support. I mean, they're paying tremendously well. In the multi-leg wagers on the Great Reset. Now taking that support down to 3-2. A beautiful big chestnut trotter for Lauren House. All kinds of tactical speed. If he shows it tonight, he might be tough to catch, but he's also shown he can race versatility.
I didn't use the 5 on my ticket, but moves up in class, but off a win, so it's not insane to use the 5 here in the top 3.
No, and he raced really well last time. I mean, when he was the winner on June 24th, I mean, I've always said, insanity is a lightning bolt off the gate. I mean, I don't think, many horses can go with him off the switch if his game plan is to have the lead. You see he gets forwardly placed almost every start, but he didn't have the lead all the way last time out. He actually had to work really hard for that victory. And again, a horse that's in fine form right now for Ben Hollingsworth. And I think you need to respect his chances in here. Now, he is stepping up preferred ranks, but he's shown to be more than competitive against these types many times. 9-2 is probably the right price, and he leaves from a spot that, by all right, if he wants the front, he can likely get it.
And I took the 2 She's Beer League on top. Hey, bud, how come you didn't like She's Beer League?
Yeah, you know what? The thing is that you've got that one on top at 4-1, and she's the hefty favorite right now in the pick 5 pool, second choice in the pick 4 pool, and second choice in the pick 3 pool. So she's taken a lot of support in those ones. I mean, for me, it's just, how do you kind of compare the Tiago Downs lines now to preferred ranks here? Always been a big fan of the horse. I just think that this is kind of deep water for her, to be perfectly honest, and I wanted to kind of just put her in the mix, but not too far up this time out, kind of get a good look at her and how she takes the surface.
And you add Global News onto the ticket, 24-1.
Yeah, anyone that's watched me at the Raceway in London knows I love this mare, and I thought it was a real nice first effort over this surface last time when she had missed a bit of time. She's missed another week between starts this time out, but so have many in this race. 25-1. I would not leave her out of the high 5.
And Post One often hits these high 5s and has done well this year. Global News, She's Beer League, Marvin Hagler on the inside. In the center, Heavy Duty and Insanity. To the outside, Stumper Zeus, The Great Reset, and Prince Archie. Second tier, Victor Invictus. Field of 9, 5th dash. They're into the backstretch, nearing the start. Field for the fifth race. He is at the start of the rough, and the Great Reset's going to blast with Insanity. Also getting out is Heavy Duty and Marvin Hagler. Prince Archie's fifth away. She's Beer League is on the inside sixth. Then it is back to Global News, Invictor Invictus, and Stoneberg Zeus. But the Great Reset, 5-1 on the board, has the lead as they work on around the turn. Insanity also at 5-1. Marvin Hagler's racing position third. Then it is Heavy Duty. She's Beer League is drafting along in fifth right now as they race their way off the turn and they head on towards us. Then further back, racing position sixth is Prince Archie, then Global News, and then Victor Invictus. And Stoneberg Juice is trailing the field. The Great Reset has the lead for Lauren House, and Insanity's in a good spot. Marvin Hagler's racing third, and now she's Beer League took to the outside as Heavy Duty elected to stay down to the inside. Prince Archie follows the move on the outside by She's Beer League, who stalled on the outside, and now Marvin Hagler took out. Marvin Hagler came first up third. She's Beer League now will follow on the outside second over. Heavy Duty's fifth to the inside. Prince Archie is sixth, then Global News, and then it is back to Victor Invictus and Stoneberg Zeus, and Marvin Hagler now comes on and looks to punch out the Great Reset and has taken the front, and it is Marvin Hagler. The Great Reset is racing second. She's Beer League. Might have flattened out now on the inside. Insanity and Prince Archie. Heavy Duty, Victor Invictus in Global News. And then Stoneberg Zeus and Marvin Hagler. Leads right now by about 3 or 4 lengths. The Great Reset is second as the field turns for home. On down the stretch where they come. Marvin Hagler. Insanity. Marvin Hagler, Insanity as they come to the finish. And then Heavy Duty is going to pick up third, and then it looked like the Great Reset and close between Victor Invictus and Prince Archie. 156 flat. Marvin Hagler 8-5 on the board. Your top choice, Rob, gets the job done.
Yeah, Gary, you know what? I thought he looked so much better tonight in the track before the race, obviously during the race, and he just didn't look himself in his latest here when he disappointed as the heavy favorite. And like I said, if you bet him on that occasion at 20 cents to the dollar, even though he's moving back into the preferred ranks, you've got to jump right back in tonight at a bigger price. Now, did get bet down to 8-5 late, was second choice in the multi-leg wagers. But yeah, that's the Marvin Hagler we know, right? He made a move at them at the middle stages, and he goes past a real, good horse in the Great Reset. I mean, he gets past that one kind of with ease tonight. Great Reset was used hard in the early going, but Marvin Hagler much the best, and again, happy to see him looking back to the way he looks and the way I remember all those victories this season and last season.
And Insanity, as you mentioned, can blast off the gate and did manage to come back around. Out there we see Insanity into the picture at the finish, picks up second.
I love the way he's racing. When you have a horse that can blast off the gate and then come home nicely like that, I mean, he blasts out, he sits, and then he comes home nicely. I mean, he's really progressed nicely for Ben Hollingsworth, and they're going to have a lot of success with us on the B tracks.
And I think the beer was flat.
Yeah, it just didn't have it tonight. I mean, like I said, I wanted to watch her one time, see how it stacks up against this group. She's really kind of just spinning her wheels on the outside of the track. But Heavy Duty, nice follow-up effort to that Legends Day victory with Randy Waples. Good third here today at 45-1. That's going to help the high five.
And Prince Archie, disrespect from the post because Prince Archie is a good one. 80-1, Rob.
Yeah, he's kind of dipping his toe into some deep waters too in the preferred ranks, but showing that he certainly is one that belongs, right? I mean, having tremendous success this season and bombs away for fifth again, another one that should help the payout for the high five.
Well, there's your top pick, Marvin Hagler, back in front of us. Marvin Hagler, 5-year-old crazed bay gelding by Mary Pedden and Mark McQuarrie. Mark McQuarrie, the trainer, smiling Brett McDonald with the winning drive. It's the fifth win this year for Marvin Hagler, 21st lifetime. 156 flat. The fifth race payouts: 3 Marvin Hagler, 540, 360, 350. 5 Insanity, 480, 310. 4 Heavy Duty, $7. $2 exactor, 21.20. Dollar try, 104.70. Dollar pick 3, 53.95. Dollar win 480, 610. Dollar pick 5, 164.40. And a 20-cent high five, 562.52. The fifth race, or her finish from the top, 871-329456. That's 871-329-456 on the bottom.
Marvin Hagler getting the job done in race number 5 in fine fashion, too. The preferred 2 trot. Nice race there. Marvin Hagler tops it. Insanity, another rock solid effort to be second. But we're going to turn the page now To race number 6, and it is the start of our late pick 5. Get started right here. Low takeout 15%, and there's my ticket. Kind of an ugly ticket, isn't it? No singles. I said to have no singles tonight in either of the pick 5 sequences or the pick 4 for that matter. But we're going 4 deep here in race 6, 2, 5, 8, and 9. So 4 deep here. Very tricky race, I thought, this race 6. Very difficult race going 4 deep. Race 7, the 3 and 5, Grin and Win and Bobby Bonebreaker, giving the edge to the 3, Grin and Win. Not sure we get that 6-1 on the morning line, but love that one's chances after a strong qualifier here at the River. 4 and 6 in race number 8, that's Boston Bound and Ideal Perception. We've seen them do battle here a few times, and I think, or a couple times anyways, and I think we're going to see that again tonight. I think they're likely the ones to get forwardly placed first and second, and we'll see who can prevail this time around in race number 8, Boston Bound and Ideal Perception. 1, 3, and 6 in race number 9. A pretty, overall difficult dash for me in that one too. I gave the edge to the 1 Exodore, but again, that was one that kind of had me spinning a little bit and scratching my head when I was handicapping it. So 3 deep in that one, which I think is scratched down to a field of 4. So might want to just hit the all button there. Race number 10. Race 10 is scratched down to the field of 4, and I'm going 2 deep with the 1 and 5. I love the chance of the 1, Stellar Manipulation. Also using Night Dancer. Those qualifiers were really good at Mohawk Park and getting better with each one. So we might see Night Dancer just progress right to the winner's circle here tonight at First Asking at a Prospect Series event. But I really like the chances of Stellar Manipulation as well. So couldn't separate those two, 1 and 5. And in the race before, we're using 3 of the 6 in race 9. So $19.20 the cost of my ticket. We'll see if we can get Conley's ticket in real quick. Maybe he's spending a little less than mine for an economical option. I couldn't get it lower than $19.20, and I hate doing that. Yeah, he's $4.80, 2, 3, and 9 here in the opening leg. Just a 5, Bobby Bonebreaker, and I saw that race live at Dresden on Canada Day. It was a good effort to be second, lifetime debut. 3, 4, 5, and 6 in race number 8. And then we're going to go to race number 9, the 3 and 6, Wicked Move and Babbling Billy. He's going to finish off with a single of Girl Swag in race number 10 from Post 2 for Carl Jamieson. Second career start after a 6th place finish at Mohawk Park. $4.80 is the cost of Conley's ticket for a 20-cent wager. You got a few minutes anyways to map out your tickets for this late pick 5 sequence. Again, the takeout is always a low 15%, and Gary and I will be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for the 6th on parade. 1 Pink G. Get ready for Chris Hill. Number 2, Stag Royal, Anthony Hunt for Ken Skinner. Number 3, Black to Reality, Jay Haverstrass for trainer Paul Reed, the owners Nora Parks and James Grant. Number 4 is Wind Sun Coco, Steve Byron for Dale Hurd, the owners Antonio Tangretta. Number 5 is Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, Austin Story for Ben Wallace and Terry Krawick. Number 6, Brave Chick, Steve Houdon for Joe Montour. Number 7 is MVP Kamala, Scott Young for Ernest Party. It is American Land. Paul McKenzie for Catherine Flanagan and Winters Racing. Nine is Stilton Gold. Jason Ryan for Harry Martin. Field of 9, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, American Land was moving very well last race. And then that darn break in stride. Drop down to this class for the last one. You're going to come right back and see if you can score here from the outside at 25 to 1.
Yeah, from a post, Gary, that actually, remember we said that we thought that post 8 might not be a problem here on the bigger surface. Well, it's 0 for on the pace. Not 0 for on the trot, but it's 0 for the meet so far on the pace. But I still went there because, you know what, I watched that replay several times. It was actually the same night of the race. And I think she was a winner before she made that break in stride. And she's a horse that, had dropped down to this level. Now gets another crack at this level. Does well with Paul McKenzie in the past, had Scott Young aboard last time, but she's a horse that can leave out really well off the gate. If she deploys that speed in the early going, she might be able to come around them for the lead early. If she does, then she might be tricky to beat. But looks fantastic on the track right now. Obviously, break in stride, you want a flat line under her belt tonight, but I just thought we'd give her a whirl, knowing she'd be a massive price, and she is at 23 to 1. I thought this was one of the most difficult races on the entire card to handicap. So I want to be on the side of a price if I'm going deep in the multi-leg wagers.
Another one that's moving from a non-winner is a 2, whereas American Land did that before the last race. Stag Royal here this evening moves down. Did win just 2 races ago.
Yeah, it was a winner at Georgian Downs. That's a pretty decent group too, right? Lebec Finn's in there and Beth, and I thought that she's a horse that fits in nicely with this group. Racing in that straight numbers of 2. Now, the lifetime earnings cap is the same, but that numbers of 2 aspect of it does make it tougher, obviously, right? And she's hit the board in 5 of 12 this year, and you can see 4 of those right on the page. So I thought that she's one you'd want to be using everywhere in the exotics and in that pick 5 wager, and she's not taking any support right now at 10 to 1. I mean, that's a big overlay in my opinion. With all the money right now going on the 5 hot tub pop and bubbly.
Yeah, and actually that is my top one, but at 4 to 5 I'd probably be going elsewhere. But you can see why. This is one that improved last race, dropped to this class. 3rd start now, was good last year as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, this is one that, if you remember, I was really fond of this one when she broke her maiden. This year, though, I just, the first start was one you obviously just kind of just cross off the page. But then last time out, I thought maybe could have raced better, but she was 4th place 3rd, but just kind of spun her wheels on the outside. Now, they were going huge clips, obviously, in the early going of that mile. I just wanted to see a bit more. I don't know if she warrants even money. Now, maybe we're going to see a much better version of her. This is now 3rd start back off a layoff. I just have a hard time at that price. I think overbet right now, one you have to have in the pick 5. But, yeah, for me, even money's too short.
I really wanted to go to Stilton Gold on top because 54 and 2 at Mohawk, 2 races to go, a competitive 3rd, and a good race at Clinton.
Yeah, the thing that really threw me off for Stilton Gold is that I think what I've seen from her is she's really good when she gets forwardly placed. And how does it happen from the trailing post, right? Maybe she can throw a really good effort at them from just off the pace, or do one of those ones where she gets away well and makes a move almost right away to the lead. But that's what kind of threw me off. Instead, I'll use her in the exotics, but I couldn't really put her on top. So I think she's definitely usable. She's raced really well. She's hit the board with frequency, but that trailing post kind of threw me off.
Well, it is what scared me, and I think we're remiss by not. Black to Reality is my second choice, and a shoe change here.
Shoeing change, and the last time actually kind of got jammed up before coming up the inside to finish second to Pink G. You had all the momentum. So, yeah, I could see using that one at 6 to 1.
Field of 9, Pink G, Stag Royal, Black to Reality on the inside. In the center, Winsun Coco and Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly. To the outside, Brave Chick, MVP, Kamala, American Land. And the second tier, Stilton Gold. It's a field of 9 for the 6th race. There at the start of the rough. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, Black to Reality, and American Land is third away. Then Winston Coco and Stag Royal and Pink G on the inside. Brave Chick, Stilton Gold, and MVP Campbell is trailing the field. Black to Reality. American Land had some problems on the turn and is brought back. It is Black to Reality. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, Stag Royal third, and Pink G is racing position fourth as the field works their way off the turn. Then it is back further as they race their way on towards us to Stilton Gold, but right now it is Black to Reality who's got the lead. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly's racing position second. Then Stag Royal, Pink G, Stilton Gold is racing fifth. Then Wind Sun Coco and Brave Chick, and then further back to the trailing pair, MVP Campbell and American Land. And they work their way on up towards the half off an opening quarter at 27-4, and on into the backstretch, and the halftime off that 27-4 opening quarter. Well, we'll give it to you in a moment. It's Black to Reality at 7-1 who's got the lead, and to the outside, Stag Royal inside third, Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly. The half was 57-2, and racing fourth, Pink G now is wheeled out. Then it is Stilton Gold, Wind Sun Coco, Brave Chick, MVP Campbell, and American Land. And now coming on to grab the front, Stag Royal. Black to Reality on the inside gave up the lead to Stag Royal. Stag Royal. Black to Reality, though, hasn't thrown in the towel, and it's fighting. And Pink Chi now is sent up 3 wide and coming for Garrett and Rudy. And Stilton Gold is racing position fourth, and Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly is fifth. The field turns for home. And now on the outside, it is Pink G on down the stretch where they come. Pink G has the late lead. Pink G and now charging on the outside. Here comes Hot Tub Poppin', Stilton Gold. It is Pink G to win it. Stilton Gold was second. Stag Royal and Wind Sun Coco. The win going to Pink G and Garrett Rooney. And you see on the tote board there, 2-1, Rob.
Yeah, and you know what? I did not give her enough credit for her victory last time, clearly, Gary, and that's a big mistake on my part because we've noted that it's difficult to win from trips like that. I mean, yeah, she had a lot of pace to chase on June 24th when she got to the winner's circle here, but she kind of, circled them up wide and just kind of kept that charge coming to the wire. I guess it was a 31-1 last quarter that kind of threw me off there, but then tonight, kind of under similar circumstances, she's much closer to the action, though. She makes that same wide move, and she just kind of cruises to the wire before Stilton Gold kind of attacks her late. So, yeah, I probably should have given her more credit for that victory. She got hammered down to 2-1, but I don't think she's that priced in the pick 5.
Yeah, and it was kind of interesting, too, because what Garrett Rooney does is he makes sure that he's close enough to the top of the stretch, then he can roll by, because we've seen horses stall if they make that move just a bit later, but he makes it a bit earlier.
Yeah, he did, absolutely. You got to kind of at least get them rolling earlier, right? Like they might not come forward till the stretch, the straightaway hits, but you got to at least give them that opportunity to get rolling earlier. We've seen that kind of throughout this meet, but Stilton Gold, I mean, I thought might get lost in the mix from the trailing post. Certainly didn't get the trip that was kind of would lend itself to winning, but did end up making a huge charge for second. So nose back on gate next time. We'll have to give her a lot of respect.
Well, that was the thought with Stilton Gold. We didn't see how the Stilton Gold would win from there, but we thought was going to get onto the ticket somehow. And Stag Royal, you did pick that one out for second, finishes third at 5-1.
Yeah, decent effort. I mean, ended up kind of getting jammed on the inside before coming back out again for the third leg. And in Winston Coco, I'll watch that replay back a few times after this race. It's a horse I was kind of wanting to see how she would do tonight because I liked her last season at 2. Hasn't really shown the same kind of ability or speed this year, but she's had some tough posts and tough trips. So I think it was a big step in the right direction for her. Might want to put her on the list for next time.
Back in front of us is number 1, Pink G, a 3-year-old all bets off bay filly. Owned and trained by Chris Hill. Garrett Rooney is the winning driver. It's the third win this year for Pink G, third win lifetime. 155-2. The sixth race payouts one pink G, 680, 390, $3, 9 Stilton Gold, 520, 380, two Stag Royal, 290, $2 exactor, 26.80, dollar try, 51.80, dollar super, 265.35. Sixth race, order of finish from the top, 136458972. That's 136458972. Field 4, Race 7 on parade. Prospect Series, 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. And on post parade, 1, Happy in Control. Brett McDonough for Murray Breather and Dean Lockhart and Wayne Carlton. Number 2 is Limbo Dancer, Paul McKenzie for Jeffrey Taylor. Number 3 is Grin and Win, Child of Moore for Heather Pickett and Stephen and Marilyn Gillard, and Heather shares in ownership. Number 4 is Strong Man Hanover, Jason Ryan for Terry McKibben and Murray Cox. Number 5, Bobby Bonebreaker, Travis Henry for Greg McNair, Grand Slam Stable. Number 6, Winchester Phoenix, Austin Torrey for Dominic Ladoux and Francois Dupuis and Ron Kelly and Serge Leonard. And number 7, Louis the Great, Colin Kelly for Jared Bako and David Cryway. It's a field of 7, race number 7. Let's get a quick look at this field. And, well, Rob, you're back to post position 3 again. You have been loving post 3 this evening, except for that one race when you tried to bail out on the 3. Yeah. But here are 3, Grin and Win, Tyler Moore. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, well, first of all, it comes down to the qualifier for me, right? I mean, I watch as many of the qualifiers that I can for these youngsters, and the qualifier here at the River, and we've seen it prove positive so far this evening for horses that have had that qualifier over the surface. Well, he went to the front and expanded his margin throughout, and the body language was that he was under no urging at all. Looked very strong through the wire. Final quarter 28-3, my all-time 58-4. And the qualifier before that was decent as well, I thought. So, you know what? I just think now we're going to see this one progress even further. And if he just comes forward a little bit, Gary, I think he might prove too much for these, especially with that good draw from post 3. He's showing early foot off the gates. He's got a couple of siblings, Red Sky Tonight and Beach Boots, both were winners, 6 wins and 7 wins respectively. I just love this one's chances tonight.
Number 5, Bobby Bonebreaker. The fans love Greg McNair in here, and one that did race at Dresden was getting better late in the mile.
Yeah, and I was there. I did the broadcast that day with Nathan Bain on Canada Day. Had a lot of fun there at Dresden. Some OSS action throughout that card. And Bobby Bonebreaker was one that I actually pegged on top. He was odds-on favorite. Got away 5th off the gate. Kind of got lost in the race a little bit with getting stacked up on cover. Had to roll wide, and I thought raced really well to be second to Officer Cheese. And even said after that race, he'll probably come forward off that effort. So I think by all rights, he's the one. When I first saw him in the entries, I said, "Oh, there's my pick." Until I ended up watching the replays and kind of fell in love with Grin and Win. So using them both in the multi-legs, giving the edge to Grin and Win, though, on top.
Number 7, Louis the Great. Well, 2 qualifiers at Pocono and 1 at Mohawk. Have we seen that before?
Yeah, we have, right? And as I said, kind of the template for Jared Bako. They've the ones that come up from south of the border, they've got those 2 qualifiers down there. Then they have 1 at Mohawk Park. We saw it earlier tonight on a real strong winner for him, and now we're going to try to see it again with Louis the Great. Just had a score down for Colin Kelly, $25,000 yearling, and noteworthy too, sibling to Story Book Bella, $100,000 winner, 12 victories, and if you remember last season, Gary, we saw 3 wins from her over this surface last year. So if he takes to this, well, I guess now it's the 5/8, but if he takes to the Allura Air like his sister did, he might have success from post 7.
My top pick at 9-1. I don't think it's going to hold at 9-1, but number 2, Limbo Dancer, is one that had a start and was good for a chunk. But look, you might think tired out late. Well, then you look at the final quarter, 27-3.
Yeah, no, and you know what? Sabo Wilson, now that horse came back tonight to race in the grassroots, actually made a break in stride as the heavy favorite. Sabo Wilson was incredible. in that effort and victory. So no shame in being 4 lengths off that one at the wire. Thing I found remarkable with this horse, so 14, all 14 of his siblings have been winners. They've all made it to the races and all been winners. So pretty remarkable for that day, the dam to produce that many winners and with that kind of longevity. So Limbo Dancer with a chance. Yeah, holding right now at 9-1.
You really do your homework, bud. I got to admire the work you put in. Happy in Control, Limbo Dancer on the inside. In the center, Grin and Win, Strongman Hanover, Bobby Bonebreaker to the outside, Winchester Phoenix, and Louis the Great. Field of 7, the 7th dash on this evening at Grand River Raceway. Into the backstretch they go, approaching the start. And the field for the 7th race is in position. And there at the start of the rough, Louis the Great on the outside is going to blast with Grin and Win and Bobby Bonebreaker and Limbo Dancer on the inside. Then Happy in Control. Then Winchester Phoenix and Strongman Hanover. Grin and Win is dueling with Bobby Bonebreaker. They're going at it. Limbo Dancer is racing third. Louis the Great is now on the inside racing fourth, and a gap of about 2 or 3 to Happy in Control. Strongman Hanover, Winchester Phoenix is trailing the field. Bobby Bonebreaker and Travis Henry has the lead. Grin and Win, Tyler Moore is racing second. Limbo Dancer third. Louis the Great is racing position fourth in front of Happy in Control as they work their way on past us. And then back to the trailing pair, Strongman Hanover and Winchester Phoenix. Bobby Bonebreaker has a lead of a length and 3/4, and Grin and Win is second. Limbo Dancer third. Louis the Great is racing on the inside fourth, but is angling out, considering stepping out. Happy in Control on the inside. Then Strongman Hanover and Winchester Phoenix, and it is still Bobby Bonebreaker. Half of 59-1 off that 20th second opening quarter. Bobby Bonebreaker, Grin and Win. Limbo Dancer, Louis the Great is on the inside fourth. This field is spread out a bit as Bobby Bonebreaker is sharp and is moving boldly by 3/4 and leads at a length and 3/4 over Grin and Win, the 3-5 favorite. Limbo Dancer is third. Louis the Great is chasing from fourth, but is still about 5 or 6 off the lead. 3/4, 127-3, as the field is about to turn for him. And there goes Grin and Win now in pursuit of Bobby Bonebreaker. Limbo Dancer, Louis the Great, and Happy in Control. Grin and Win has dead aim now. Grin and Win and Tyler Moore on down the stretch where they come. Grin and Win and Bobby Bonebreaker. Grin and Win, 3-5 of the board, and rolls on by with no urging to win it. Bobby Bonebreaker, then Limbo Dancer and Louis the Great. Grin and Win. Sat a nice trip, Rob, and of course chasing one that looked sharp, but when it was time to go, he had the go.
Yeah, he certainly did. And you know what? No shame in that effort from Bobby Bonebreaker to be second. And I thought that one would take a big step forward off that start at Dresden. But yeah, Grin and Win, Gary, just a horse that, I was just drawn to in that qualifier. And it's hard not to get drawn to a horse that wins by that much and 58-4 over this surface and just their second time behind the starting gate. But love the confidence Tyler Moore gave him tonight. He blasted out of there. You could tell he wanted to leave hard enough that no one else was going to try to go forward and take away, a pocket spot or have him relegated to third. He was more than happy to let Bobby Bonebreaker go, but nobody else. And then just followed that one around the racetrack until it was time to go, like you said, and just kind of, need a little bit of urging, but it was pretty easy getting past that one for the victory.
And really, it's even more impressive if you consider that Bobby Bonebreaker gets the half in 59-1, was able to get it shut down, and still had to give it up to Grin and Win, who rolls by without urging.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you could see too. He's a bigger horse than Bobby Bonebreaker. I noticed that about Bobby Bonebreaker at Dresden and even in the qualifier, but on the small side. And he, again, yeah, you're right. Big advantage to the pace setter with the half, but you could see he had those big strong strides in the stretch. And there was one point in the mile when they were a little bit gapped out. Tyler just gave him a little tap, and he immediately closed the gap. I said, okay, we're good. He's going to go past for the victory. So. Not the price we wanted, though, right? 3-5.
Well, and you did have the correct 4, and you did have it as a 3-5-7-2. So, buddy, you got it wrong. It's a 3-5-2-7.
Yeah, no, I did get it wrong there, but no. Limbo Dancer, I mean, your top pick, 16-1, a decent effort to be third in there, and like I said, very impressed that that one's dam has produced every single one of their offspring has made it to the winner's circle. I think Limbo Dancer will get there sooner than later.
And so it's another race that I don't have a win. We're pitching the shutout here, but you know what? You're holding up your end of the bargain. You do a lot of work on these 2-year-olds, Rob.
No, yeah. Listen, it's fun though. It's 2-year-old season's always a lot of fun, and it's nice doing the research and trying to piece it all together like a puzzle. So hopefully we'll keep having success and finish off the night strong.
Back in front of us, the winner of race 7, 3 Grin and Win, a 2-year-old Believe in Bruiser Bay colt, owned by Stephen and Marilyn Gillard and Heather Pickett. Heather Pickett's the trainer, Tyler Moore, the winning driver. Grin and Win, mile of 1:56 flat. Seventh race, order of finish from the top, 5-3-1-7-2-6-4. That's 5-3-1-7-2-6-4 on the bottom.
Grin and Win proved too much for them in race number 7. Division of the Prospect Series for 2-year-old Colts and Geldings. Nice winner there, but strong effort too from the 5 Bobby Bone Breakers. So a lot of horses to watch coming out of that one. We're going to move on to race number 8. You know what that means, an 11 race program. It's time for the late pick 4. Low takeout 15%. And there's the ticket I've mapped out again. No singles for yours truly tonight, but a little more inexpensive this time around. 4 and 6 here in the opening leg. That's Boston Bound and Ideal Perception. They're going to do battle again here this evening. 1-3-6 in race number 9. Thought that was a real tricky Prospect Series event. 6-horse field using 3 of them. And still might not be all that confident in what I've got in there. So I gave the edge to the 1 Exodore, just thinking maybe that would be some value, pole position. But yeah, tricky event, race number 9. Race 10, the 1 and 5. Feel better about that one. Stellar Manipulation is one I'm very fond of from the rail. And the 5 Night Dancer for Craig Barrs. Horse has been progressively going quicker in each of his qualifiers at Mohawk Park. The finale, race 11, well, right back to my number 1, Better Deal, who was very good to me on June 24th, the winner at 8-1. Second start now for Ashley Lenvoy for that one, and Soundbite Hanover, who raced really well here just last week on Friday. Thought the effort was a big one from the pole position, and now gets back to that $8,000 claim. We said after that race, if she gets back down to that spot, she'll be tough to beat. Well, I think Better Deal might have her number again, but hey, Soundbite Hanover I think's in with a big chance to win in race number 11, $4.80 for my ticket. Let's see if Conley's got one quickly here. Again, the pick 4 starts right here in race 8, goes to the finale in race 11. Low takeout 50%. There's his ticket, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So he's spread out a bit here, and I'm surprised the way the odds board's playing out right now. Ideal Perception 21-1. I mean, again, it's early. 3, 6 in race number 9. That's Wicked Move and Babbling Billy. Just the 2. So Girl Swag, of course, I don't have in race number 10. He's got singled up for Carl Jamieson. Making that move from Mohawk Park to here is we've seen that be a winning one earlier tonight. So maybe we'll see that work out there with Girl Swag. Race 11, the 1, 2, and 5. So he's in agreement with the 1 and 5. He's added an Italia Sealster, who's the logical one to put in the ticket in there as well if you go 3 deep. But I wanted to try to save some equity on the ticket and just use the 1 and 5 in there. $4.80 is the cost of Conley's ticket. Again, to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 4, you're going to want to do so quickly. Just a few minutes away from post time to race number 8. We'll come back to take a closer look at this upcoming dash after the post parade.
Field for race number 8 is on parade. 1, Holly's Treasure, Colin Keller, Cassidy Schneider, and the owner is Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 2 is Artie's Ideal, Samuel Filia for Robert Kyle Fellows in Hut Racing. Number 3 is Beach Tour, Tyler Moore for Mike Horner and RAW Equine. Number 4, Boston Bound, Jason Ryan for Marie-Helene DuPont. 5, Revolt, Brett McDonough for Cassandra LaCour. 6 is Ideal Perception, Anthony Hunt for Anthony Beaton and Lisa Lafort. 7, Scratch Date, Bugsy McGuire, Austin Story for Rachel Andrew. And number 9, Sportsline, Jay Harris for Patrick Bissett and Craig Parrott. Field of 8. Race number 8, let's get a look at this field, and right away let's go to our track record holder, number 6, Ideal Perception, 150-4, 2 races ago, and you're banking on Ideal Perception coming back to a big effort. We know that he's very capable of it, Rob.
Yeah, and I'm banking on him going back to getting forwardly placed, right? I mean, he's a horse that usually it's post dependent. At least it was on the old surface, right? I mean, you see right there in his paper though, over the new 5/8, his 3 tries over it, post 8, back taken back to ninth. Then he had post 5, handled much more aggressively, winner chicken dinner, and the current track record time. And then post 7, he went back to 7th off the gate. I mean, they can't always blast off the wings of the gate and go out there and set hot tempo. I mean, they're animals, right? They're not cars. So at the end of the day, I think today though we're going to see him go back to getting forwardly placed. At least that's the hope. He's 6-1 right now. The odds board's been really kind of strangely bouncing around in weird directions, so I don't want to read too much into that right now. The price on him or price on anyone. We'll wait till it's closer to post time. I thought he'd be one of the favorites in here, Gary, and I mean I'm sure you thought the same.
Absolutely. And, I did go to Boston Bound, but if right now at post time you had to make a bet at even money or 5-1, I'd be on Ideal Perception, even though Boston Bound is my top pick.
Yeah, you'd almost have to, right? I mean, because to me they were kind of interchangeable in here, and the reason being is they've done battle on each of their last 2. Last time out, obviously, big pace advantage to Boston Bound. He ends up finishing second, only beaten half a length to Woodmere Roll and Pop. The start before that, though, Ideal Perception kind of beat him, fair and square. So I think they're both going to get forwardly placed. So this is a race that could get a little busy on the front end. There's several horses that might want to get, towards the top. And usually if there's horses that kind of look like they're going to be the pace setter, there's many of them want to kind of get the pocket, which kind of throws everything off too in the early going. But I think they should settle away as 2 of the top 3 at worst. So Boston Bound 3-2 even versus that 5-2 go the other direction. You might just want to say, whatever was the higher price might be the better bet to win.
And number 5, Revolt belongs, because look at the last 2 races, and he was finishing strongly, moved up last race, and finished with a 26-3 final quarter.
Yeah, he's come back on very nicely for Cassandra LaCour. I mean, this is a horse that has 19 career victories, almost 250,000 made. Just 1 for 19 last year, almost 18,000. But this year already got 3 victories, and getting back up to Mohawk Park, had to face tough competition. Took him a little bit of time before he was able to get back to the winner's circle at that venue, but did so at the bottom level and did so in fine fashion. Right, 50-4. That's a big mile. Hit the board in each of his last 3. He fits in here. No doubt about it. His racing style is interesting because he's been racing a lot from off the pace of late, but he's one that's got gears off the switch as well. I mean, we've seen it many times in the past. So he can throw his hat into the ring here. 5-2, probably worthy of that at that price.
Number 2, Artie's Ideal. Classy Artie's Ideal. He's getting snubbed right now at 25-1.
I think it's because there's just so many options. And I'll be honest, this is one of those ones where I looked at the top 3, and then I said, wow, I've got a lot of horses not in my top 3 that I'm fond of. Holly's Treasure, Artie's Ideal, Beach Tour. I mean, even Sportsline from the trailing post, he's really had a little bit of a resurgence, right, since coming back. A couple of nice starts. But Artie's Ideal, he's had some tough luck trips, too. So I think he might be able to plug in for a favorable journey tonight. If he does, then watch out. I mean, a horse I would not leave off the try. the Super, maybe even the Exacta at 23-1. I think he's capable in here, and he hasn't been too far off them, and I think he's kind of been on the wrong end of some bad trips.
Well, he was in between Boston Bound and Ideal Perception last time out. Holly's Treasure, Artie's Ideal, Beach Tour on the inside. In the center, Boston Bound and Revolt to the outside. Ideal Perception, Bugs McGuire, second tier to Sportsline. Field of 8. It's race number 8. Giddy up. And the field for the 8th race is in position. There at the start of the rough, and it is Boston Bound who's going to blast quickest of all with Artie's Ideal. Then it is Holly's Treasure, Ideal Perception, Sportsline 5th away, then Beach Tour Revolt, and back trailing the field as they work on around the turn is Bugsy McGuire, and Boston Bound is bound to clear to the front now. Artie's Ideal's racing second. Ideal Perception came away third. And then it is Holly's Treasure and Sportsline back to Beach Tour and Revolt. And trailing the field is Bugsy McGuire. And it is Boston Bound who's got the lead as they race their way on towards us. And Holly's Treasure taken way to the outside. And it is Boston Bound who's got the front. Artie's Ideal is racing second. Boston Bound at 3-2. Artie's Ideal at 8-1's racing second. Ideal Perception is racing position third for Anthony Hahn as Anthony looks over his right shoulder to see if he needs to get out and is about 3.5 lengths off the lead. And now is going to come out. Ideal Perception in pursuit of Boston Bound. Artie's Ideal inside third. Sportsline's racing fourth. Then Beach Tour. Revolt on the outside. Bugsy McGuire. And well back Holly's Treasure. It is Boston Bound having to deal with Ideal Perception. Boston Bound and Ideal Perception as they hustle to 3/4 off of 55 and 4 halftime. Boston Bound clinging to a tenuous lead but still game. Ideal Perception trying to wear down Boston Bound. Sportsline kicking in late. Revolt is charging. And on the inside, Artie's Ideal is now saving ground down to the pylons. And then it is Beach Tour. And back to Bugsy McGuire. It's still Boston Bound. Ideal Perception. Well, wide Revolt is charging. And also coming late is Sportsline. Boston Bound. And on the inside, Artie's Ideal. Boston Bound is bound to come back to the winner's circle. Then Artie's Ideal and Sportsline 152 flat. Boston Bound went to the front and kept on bounding along, Robert.
You were all worried too, Gary, that you were going to get shut out tonight. Well, there you go. You made us wait till race 8, but you got to the winner's circle with Boston Bound. And listen, pace setter this time around, a real strong effort there, right? I mean, out left the key to the race off the gate. Because you've got Artie's Ideal blasting out of there, Boston Bound blasting out of there. Ideal Perception tried a delayed move. It wasn't really, going to work. Had to get into the 3-hole, and then you know what that means. Either you sit in and get stuck in there forever, or you go first over, and that's not really his trip. So Boston Bound gets the job done. And you know what? I probably should have went with this one because Megan has been planning a trip to Boston. Well, she wants to go to Salem, but Boston Bound, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, you better take her, considering all those replays that you watch and all the other time you spend. You owe her something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Either that or it's... Welcome to divorced Robert Reed Jr. doing the handicapping this evening.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be actually singing the Margaritaville song.
But there is a look at Boston Bound, and you would have thought if he's going to win this race, he's not going to win it by 2.5, but he was sharp all the way to the finish.
He really was. But you know what? A horse that a line that I like to always use, right? He'd been racing too good to not have a victory. He's over. It's hard to believe he's 0 for 9 this season, and we've seen back-to-back second-place finishes. And in his last 6 coming into this, he had 4 runner-ups. So that finally that much-deserved victory. And Artie's Ideal took a lot of money. Late because we were 25-1 as the gate started moving away. Real solid effort from that one too, right? I mean, held position on the inside, held off a couple of late chargers, and then Sportsline third at 24-1. That was actually Sugar Doyle post his selections. He made that one his play of the night. So I mean, good effort from that one to be third, and they're at 24-1. One to watch for trailing posts, right? It's tricky and kind of got not really the trip of his choice.
And people weren't loving Artie's Ideal, but can I mention that was my exactor, the 4 and 2. So at least when I get off the schneid, I get off of it.
In a big way. That's a big exacta.
Back in front of us is number 4 Boston Bound, a 4-year-old Boston Red Rocks Bay horse, owned by CSL Stable and Marie Helene DuPont. Marie's also the trainer. Jason Ryan, Ricky Bobby with the winning drive. Boston Bound, victorious for his first win of the year in 10th lifetime. 152 flats. Eighth race. Payouts for Boston Bound, $5, $3, $2.90. Two Artie's Ideal, $7.30 and $5.30 and 9 Sportsline, $5, $2 Exactor, $26. Dollar Try, $304.35. Dollar Super, $933.65. Eighth race, order finished in the top down. 825-147 scratch 63. That's 825-147 scratch 63. Fans note in race 11, number 8, Double T Gur, the driver will be Jason Ryan. Jason Ryan drives number 8, Double T Gur, in the 11th. Field for race number 9 is on parade. It's the Prospect Series 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Number 1, Exidor. It's Tyler Moore driving for trainer Don Lindsay, the owners Glenn Lindsay, and Paul Kleinpaste and William Ablajevic and Garth Bechtel. Number 2, Better Be Home Soon. Austin Torrey for David Brown, who trains and owns along with Jim Elberg. Number 3, Wicked Move. Paul Davies drives and trains and partners with Nicole Davies. Number 4, Seize the Day. Paul McKenzie for Stephen Gillard. And Stephen trains and shares in ownership with Marilyn Gillard. Number 5 is Upfront BB. Brian Holiday for Dave Holiday. The owners are Dave and Ben Holiday. And number 6, Babbling Billy. Brett McDonough for Murray Brether, who trains and shares in ownership with Kevin McKinley and Vincent and Pino Albanese. It's a field of 6, race number 9. Let's look at this field. And right now, your top one, Exidor, is sitting at 9-2 on the board. Rob, and 2 qualifiers here to get ready.
Yeah, I like that too, right? Those 2 qualifiers over this surface. We only see 2 others in here that have had a little bit of experience over this track. And Exidor is a $27,000 yearling purchase, half brother to Imadal, $200,000 winner with 5 victories. Kinpace champion at 3 and made the final of the Battle of the Bells at 2. So, yeah, I just, you know what? I thought this horse would be a decent value. Right now we're getting that at 5-1. Didn't see that. I didn't think this horse was overly used too much in those qualifiers, especially the last one got beat just over a length, and I thought was moving well on the inside under the line. So just thought that that this field looked like one that he fit in nicely with. Pole position to work from. That is the winningest post now here at the River, and it's had a lot of success so far tonight. So I've got this one on top, but obviously, in going 3 deep in the multi-leg wagers, I'm not overly confident.
And Tyler Moore has worked himself up to have a 300 driving average, so he's having a good year. Number 3, Wicked Move. My top one here is one that shows 2 qualifiers on the big track at Mohawk, and did finish each one with a decent final quarter.
Yeah, a $10,000 yearling purchase, 3 siblings with over 100,000 made, and 5 of her 7 siblings of racing age have found the winner's circle. So, Wicked Move. I watched that that latest qualifier. I guess that was the one that kind of caught my eye the most. And we talk about track variance, right? Well, 3 seconds off over the off going on that occasion, and ended up pacing his mile on 59-2. So that would be the equivalent of a 56 mile over that 7/8 of a mile surface. And, not those consecutive faster quarters that I typically like, but did have that in his first trip around that track when he went 59-4 over the last quarter at 27-1. So I thought that, he was one that was going to take support in here. He's not taking much right now at 7-2, but still lots of time for that to change.
And Babbling Billy is one that's also had 2 qualifiers to get ready. Works on the outside, but a field of 6 post isn't quite as crucial. But nonetheless, middle half was good, and then only came home in 31-4, though.
Yeah, 31-4 in the end of it, and that's unfortunately, I wasn't there at Georgian Downs for those, and you can't find them to watch the replays of them, unfortunately. Again, my hope with Babbling Billy is, and using him in the multi-legs and having it pick third, is that he wasn't asked too much in the late stages of that one, because 31-4 is not the best last quarter, but the middle half was good. Like the fact, though, that he was put on the point. That should lend itself to at least getting that experience being on the engine, right? So, I think 6-1 is a fair price on Babbling Billy. Races for connections that typically sends them ready, and does have some nice young stock. So I like this one for a piece of it, and I mean, you could even convince me he's the value on the board right now at 7-1.
And we can mention the track was off 2 seconds in each of those qualifiers. And one more is number 4, Seize the Day.
Yeah, seize the day. Made that break in stride at Mohawk Park, 35-1. And against a pretty strong group on that occasion there too. And then that qualifier here, watched that a few times. Made the lead in the stretch. I think he was going to kind of coast away to victory. Then the horse that had the lead on the inside of him fought back to get the win. But still, decent back half, good last quarter. Seize the day, I think, has a big chance in here. How about Better Be Home Soon, though, taking all the support, Gary, at 2-1 right now, favoritism.
And your top pick, Exidor, is sitting at a nice 9-2, and I've got 3 Wicked Move at 5-2. It'll be Exidor, Better Be Home Soon on the inside. Wicked Move, Seize the Day in the center to the outside. Up front, BB, and Babbling Billy on the outside. It's a field of 6 for race number 9. They're into the backstretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start of the round. And Wicked Move is going to make the first move. Seize the Day. Exit door. Then Better Be Home Soon. Up front, BB. Babbling Billy is back, trailing the field. Wicked Move and Paul Davies. Exidor is right there second. Better Be Home Soon's racing third, about 3.5 off the lead. Then it is Seize the Day. Up front, BB. Babbling Billy is still trailing the field. Wicked Move at 3-1 has the lead for Paul Davies off a 29-1 opening quarter. And then Exidor is racing second. Better Be Home Soon is positioned third as they work on towards us. Then it is back to Seize the Day. Up front, BB and Babbling Billy. But it is Wicked Move and Paul Davies heading on the lead towards the half off that 29-1 opening quarter. Exidor is keeping a watch on that one, but is right now about 3 lengths from the front. Then Better Be Home Soon Seize the Day now is looking to seize things and is quickly popping out and with some authority. Up front, BB is also moving, and Babbling Billy is still back but has moved to the outside. It is Wicked Move, 59-2 halftime. Wicked Move Seize the Day is getting a little closer now. Wicked Move is going to have to turn back the challenge of Seize the Day. And then up front, BB and Happy Holidays on the inside third now. Babbling Billy fourth. Exidor has exited contention and is back second from last. Better Be Home Soon. Wicked Move still has more left. Wicked Move up front. BB now second, backing away Seize the Day. And it is Wicked Move. And up front, BB looks alive, sitting on the inside as the field turns from Wicked Move. And Paul Davies getting busy on that one. It might have flattened out just a little bit. Now up front, BB pops out. It is Wicked Move, and up front, BB. Now Wicked Move is digging in. Wicked Move, but here it comes up front, BB. Wicked Move and up front, BB. It is Happy Holiday and up front, BB to win. Wicked Move, Babbling Billy, and Seize the Day. We'll give you the mile time later as we had a timer malfunction, but up front, BB and Happy Holiday scores, and at a price of 19-1. Rob, it was really interesting in the stretch drive that Wicked Move might be a green one that kind of maybe fell asleep and then had to get urging and kind of tried to rally, but lost some momentum at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, you could see that up front, BB had all kinds too. On that one's back on the top of the turn there, right there, you can see it. I mean, just waiting for room, and like you mentioned, kind of Wicked Move, kind of responded well to the urging there, but looked like he kind of got caught flat-footed at the top of the stretch. But up front, BB coming out of the same qualifier as my top choice. We talk about the ones that have qualified over Grand River. Well, the Upfront BB was one of them. We didn't talk about that one, but races for a barn that we like to get behind. Dave Holiday and blows with the tote board at 19-1. This is going to be a monstrous knockout in both the pick 4 and the pick 5, getting up in the final strides as the longest shot on the board.
And consecutive faster quarters and qualified here. A lot of things we like. We could have been happy with Ryan Holiday here to take him at that price.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where afterwards, you know what? I'm surprised it took to race 9 tonight with so many 2-year-olds that it took this long for me to say afterwards, wow, I kind of messed this one up, because it's a horse that definitely should have ticked some more boxes for me. And unfortunately now dead in the multi-legs and watching a 19-1 winner that in a 6-horse field that was definitely usable.
It's my favorite nickname that I've given. Happy Holiday. back in front of us. And very happy with 5 up front BB, a 2-year-old stag party bay colt, owned by Dave and Ben Holiday. Dave Holiday, the trainer. Happy Holiday, the winning driver, takes his career debut. The ninth race, payouts 5 up front BB 4160, 1325, 33 wicket move 463.10. 6 Babbling Billy 320, $2 exactor 155.80, dollar try 416.45, dollar super $1,050. Ninth race, Order finished from the top. 562413. That's 562413 in the bottom.
Farm of Canada's home to 9 exceptional stallions, including Beach Glass, the last great son of legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere. Also new in 2024, Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Double millionaire betting line, sire of 5 winners of over $400,000. Mick Wicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and Hall of Fame inductee. Trixton, sire of 6 who have earned over $500,000, including O'Brien Award winner Evident Beauty. Also standing Archangel, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and My MVP. For more information, winbackfarm.com.
Field for race number 10 on parade. One is Stellar Manipulation. Sammy Philyaver, Terry McKibben, and M&S Racing, and Paul Batter. Number 2 is Girl Swag. Tyler Moore for Carl Jamieson and Jet Jamieson. Scratches of 3 and 4, 5 Night Dancer, Jason Ryan for Craig Bars and Norko Sokolovic. And number 6, BB Ballakeel, Travis Henry for Zachary Carroll and Ballakeel Racing. It's just a field of 4 for this 10th and final dash, and well, let's get a look at this field. Rob, Stellar Manipulation, 9-5 on the board. Nice final quarter in that qualifier.
Yeah, it was. You know what? The qualifier, it's interesting. The horse got beat 23 lengths, Gary, and I actually kind of love the qualifier because sometimes what happens is in those qualifiers, they end up getting spaced out a lot. There was a 2-horse breakaway in that one in particular, and the horse that was actually sitting second made a break in stride in the stretch, so then it left the winner alone, and then there was 2 other horses quite a ways back, and she was actually following the horse that kind of inherited second, and that one was kind of gapping out, and I think that she just kind of gapped out along with her. And then when she did move off the helmet, she finished pretty nicely and was under tight lines, 27-4 in the end of it. So very fond of this one in here. Kind of a little bit sick right now that I'm not alive in these multi-legs because, wow, the pick 5 on her is paying tremendous at $2,300 for 20 cents. And you know, she's a half sibling to Race and Hungry, $250,000 made lifetime, and a couple other $100,000 winners. So just a big fan of this one. This filly coming into this like the qualifier, and I thought it was kind of hidden, but wow, not hidden on the board right now, 1-5.
Happy Holiday really kind of jacked up the prices in this this pick 5. And look, Night Dancer 7-1 is my top pick, and I kind of like Night Dancer in here. I'm surprised 7-1.
No, you can definitely like Night Dancer in here, and Craig Barr's already. You know, we've seen him send them out ready, and they can win off the bench, and they can win at first asking for him. This one here is a sibling to Night Watchman, who's made $240,000 in the career with 19 victories. And the thing I like about Night Dancer is each of those qualifiers were better, right? Steady progression, dropping time with each of them. And then last time out, just got beat 3/4 of a length in 157-4. But you see the final quarters, last two, 27-2, 27-1. So like that about this filly. And obviously, I think she's the main danger. I actually thought she'd be the heavy favorite. And Stellar Manipulation should be a bit of value, but right now it's playing out the opposite way. But we've seen it before. That can change come post time. But Night Dancer in with a massive shot.
Number 6, BB Ballakeel, looks a little bit like our winner in the 9th race.
Yeah, definitely. You could say that coming off the Grand River qualifier, right? And we know that that's something that you need to watch for. 201-1 wins by a neck. You know, in the last quarter, 29 seconds flat. I wasn't sure what to do with this one. I mean, it was going to be post 6. Now it's only post 4. And we know in these, you know, short fields, especially 2-year-olds, I mean, there might not be a lot of action, right? These horses all kind of need to get an education as well. Most of them have not raced before except for the 2 Girl Swag, right, who has to start under her belt. So, yeah, BB Ballakeel kind of I guess we'll say intriguing as the longest shot on the board right now at 7-1.
And then number 2, Girl Swag, just got caught up in a race that went too fast for this filly at a first start, 53-2 mile, and she paced hers in 56-3.
Yeah, wicked pace. a horse that's kind of done great things so far. So no shame in getting beat by a wide margin to her. Perfectly Chic was second in that dash. She went off at 24-1. Definitely a tough group to make your first lifetime start against. And now Carl Jameson brings her over here to the river to face Softer in the Prospect Series, and by all rights should be in the mix throughout. Right, just a 4-horse field. It might just come down to the trip scenario and who can get their nose to the wire first. But Stellar Manipulation horse, I was hoping to get value on, is 3-5. If you're alive in the pick 5 on her, then well, good luck because you're getting monstrous value there.
I get a little better price on Night Dancer at 5-2. Stellar Manipulation on the inside. In the center, Girl Swag and Night Dancer on the outside. BB Ballykeel. It's a field of 4 for race number 10. 10th dash on this Monday evening at the river. Start of the late daily double. Field for the 10th race. All on the gates. There at the start and the rough, and BB Ballykeel and Girl Swag, Stellar Manipulation, and Night Dancer quickly taken back and is going to trail the field. BB Ballykeel leads as they race their way on around that first turn. BB Ballykeel at 5-1's got the lead. Stellar Manipulation, even money in the boards, racing second. Girl Swag third, and Night Dancer with a view of the field from fourth as they work their way to that opening quarter. BB Ballykeel now rolling along on the lead, and Stellar Manipulation's racing position second, Girl Swag third, and then trailing is Night Dancer, but it's BB Ballykeel and Turk Henry off a 29-1 opening quarter, and is alone on the lead and looking for a second panel breather, and should be able to get one in this compact field. Stellar Manipulation is racing position second. Then it is Girl Swag and Night Dancer trailing the field. Off that 29-1 quarter, they race past the half with BB Ballykeel at 5-1 still with the lead, but Stellar Manipulation is keeping a watch. 1 minute, 1/5 the halftime. Girl Swag third. Night Dancer is racing fourth, and now popping out from third comes Girl Swag, and then Night Dancer fourth is not moving up at all, getting urging and just having no response whatsoever. And they head on to three quarters. BB Ballykeel, Girl Swag, Stellar Manipulation, and Night Dancer. And they race their way towards the top of the stretch of three quarters, 129. BB Ballykeel, Girl Swag, Stellar Manipulation on the inside, still there in the pocket. Night Dancer is racing fourth as the field is about to turn for home. BB Ballykeel on down the stretch. Where they come? BB Ballykeel, Stellar Manipulation's got a blast up the inside. Stellar Manipulation, but taking it is BB Ballykeel. BB Ballykeel, Girl Swag, Stellar Manipulation, and Night Dancer positions unchanged at the finish. A mile of 158-2. BB Ballykeel gets that half in 1 minute and 1/5. Robin had lots left to get home.
Yeah, no, and you called it right. A horse that's kind of fits the bill of the evening and the trend of horses that have qualified here at Grand River, showed it over this track already, getting the job done, and was the longest shot on the board, and they're two at 5-1 in just a 4-horse field, and we always say it too, right? These short fields, and you're going to see it probably even more so when it's 2-year-olds, not a tremendous amount of action in the middle stages. A lot of these horses, making their first lifetime start, second quarter breather, and this horse is good to go for Zach Carroll and Travis Henry. So gets the job done. Stellar Manipulation, you said that 2-hole trip. It's been hard to win the passing lane this season. We've seen that here, and 2-year-olds passing on the inside, that's going to be a difficult, a tall order for them. So I know Sam Fillion was kind of looking around to the outside. It was never going to work out there, so he had no choice but to use the passing lane. But I'll probably come back to that one next time out.
Girl Swag looked very game down the stretch. It was just that when you get that kind of breather, Travis Henry had every right to be still sharp all the way to the finish.
Yeah, and I think we'll see everyone in this field probably go on to do good things coming out of this effort, right? BB Balakiel was strong in victory. Girl Swag, nice first over journey. Sticking around and battling right to the wire. Some manipulation, again, passing lanes probably pretty tricky for these youngsters. And Night Dancer tightened up kind of in the late stages, gapped out, in the middle stages, but certainly was finishing better than she looked at that point. So I think we see four horses here that are probably all be able to make a go of it in the Prospect Series and have a fruitful season.
Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 10, number 6, BB Balakiel, a 2-year-old Big Bad John Bay filly, owned by Balakiel Racing of Tilsonburg. Zachary Carroll is the trainer. Travis Henry, the winning drive. BB Balakiel takes her career debut, 158-2. 10th race, payout 6, BB Balakiel. $13.30, $4, $3.22. Girl Swag, $3.70, $2.60. 1 Stellar Manipulation, $2.50. That 20-cent pick 5, $780, $6.29. $2 Exactor, $45.50. Dollar Try, $34.75. Dollar Super, $31.35. 10th race, order of finish from the top, is a 3-2 double scratch 4-1. Fans, note the missing chart line in this 11th race at number 5, Soundbite Hanover. Raced here on Friday evening. Third, beaten a length and 3/4, 155 and 2. That is third, beaten a length and 3/4, 155 and 2. Field for race 11. On parade, One Better Deal. Brett McDonough for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. Number 2, Italia Sealster, Jay Harris for Brett Lester and Michelle Letarte. And number 3, Dolly Daydream Austin Surrey for Jeff McGuire. And there's Jean Dallaire and Jean-Francois McGuire shares in ownership. For Langley Sealster, Colin Kelly for Joe Pereira and Chelsea Pereira. Five, Soundbite Hanover, Travis Henry for Tyler Schlottman. The others are Kevin Skilton, and Tyler is a partner. Number 6, Ms. Mac, Sammy Fillion for Joe Pereira. The owner is James Barry. Number 7, I Wish Ahead of Me. It's Mike Horner driving and training for Leo Baker. Number 9 is Cove Beach, Paul McKenzie for Chris Hill. And note that number 8 is Double T Kerr, Jason Ryan driving for Sheila Lewis, and the owner is Peggy Finnegan. Field of 9, let's get a quick look at this field. Super high 5, and right away we'll go to One Better Deal. And, well, Ryan, last time out you couldn't have found a better deal than to get a first-time start with Ashley Lenvoy at 8-1 to win. Form wasn't good coming in, but Better Deal got the best of the field on that one, and now is 3-1.
Yeah, I thought she raced fantastic in that effort. She was one that I was fond of. Now, the trip ended up being perfect from the pole position, got away fourth off the gate, was able to, kind of go to the outside, then drop back to the inside before getting the job done in the late stages. Listen, I had to go back to her tonight. She was so good to me that time around. Now, obviously, a little bit of time between starts now, missed a week between starts, but so is, several others in this field, Gary. We saw Century Gigolo race very well in both of his first starts for Ashley Lenvoy, coming in the same direction, and I think we'll see the same from Better Deal here. And 7-2, I'd be shocked if that holds that down to 3-1. We're likely going to see this one keep taking support rate to post time. I think she deserves it, and with a similar trip to last time, I think she'll be right there at the wire, and she can get the better of these.
And one that isn't coming in off of a rest, in fact, raced here Friday night. We saw that race and remarked about how Soundbite Hanover actually was very game, better than what the line looks, and just to mention with that missing line. Third, beaten a length and 3/4, 155-2. Jay Harris drove.
Yeah, she raced fantastic. I mean, and she's been racing well, really, in all of her recent efforts. I mean, there's not really one there that you can look at and say she didn't go out there and turn in a big effort. And we said, too, after that race, or I said, we have to respect her if she comes back to the 8,000 claiming ranks and works from a decent post, and she's doing that tonight, right? Post 5 for a horse with her kind of tactical speed is kind of a good spot. She gets back down to the class that she was a winner in on June 17th, and she went the big first over Journey June 24th when Better Deal was the winner. So I think that she's the logical one to go to if you're not a fan of Better Deal. But for me, they're kind of interchangeable in here. I just gave the edge to the one that was very good to me last time out.
Number 2, Italia Sealster. Some people might look at that last race. Second beat 9 1/4. That was to play a du hurrah. Dropped from a 10-5 claimer into an 8 and crushed the field, and then came back last night also at Georgian and crushed the field to make it about 8 wins in a row. Italia Sealster has been good.
Yeah, there's no shame in that second place finish, even though the margin might look like a big one. The last effort here, she did a lot of the work on the engine in that same race that Better Deal and Soundbite Hanover were in. Battled Soundbite Hanover a long way before Better Deal came past them for the victory at 8-1. And Italia Sealster went off at 40 cents the dollar on that occasion. This time you're getting 4-1 right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see that shorten up a little bit come post time. But she's hit the board with frequency as of late, and she's a winner just 3 starts ago at Mohawk Park in a pop up series final. So Italia Silster's in with a big chance here. You can't discount her at all, and I would be surprised to see her crack the top three once again.
Number 3, Dolly Daydream's taking a lot of money. Win shy this year, 8 wins last year, but keeps hitting the ticket.
Yeah, and she's a horse that's done good things against tougher than these in the past, and she's kind of found that level again at $8,000. She's been hitting the board with frequency, like you mentioned, but you're right, 1 for 18 of the season. So I think over bet right now, but no doubt she can make her way into the high five.
And squeeze in a thought about Cove Beach.
Just for me, just kind of a trip horse, right? You got to try to fit in a big price horse in the high five, trailing post, might be able to grab onto cover and make a move with them late to land somewhere underneath in the ticket.
It's better deal, Italia Sealster, Dolly Daydream on the inside. In the center, Langley Sealster. Soundbite Hanover. The outside, Miss Mac, I Wish I Had a Me, and Double GRR. And the second tier, Cove Beach. Field of 9, 11th and final dash on this Monday evening. They're up on the gate and nearing the start. And the field for race number 11 is at the start of the rough. Soundbite Hanover comes flying early. Italia Sealster, better deal, pressing on through from post 1. Now Italia Sealster is going to take back, find a seat on the inside third. Miss Mac fourth on the outside. Then Dolly Daydream and Cove Beach. Then it is back to I Wish I Had a Me and Langley Sealster as the field works on around the turn. But the early lead belongs to Soundbite Hanover, better deal, racing second. Italia Sealster third. And Dolly Daydreams racing fourth. Then it is Cove Beach and Miss Mac as they work their way off the turn. Then it is I Wish I Had a Me. And further back, the trailing pair racing on the outside. Second from last is Langley Sealster, and Double Tigger is well back trailing the field. Off a 27-second opening quarter, they head up towards the half, and Soundbite Hanover is on the lead. But right there keeping a close watch is Better Deal. And Italia Sealster is on the inside third. Now Dolly Daydream is going to work first over in his third as Italia Sealster is covered up on the inside, racing fourth. And Cove Beach now is moving on the outside and getting up into things, and now is dueling to take fourth from Italia Sealster. It is Soundbite Hanover, 9-5 on the board, who's got the lead. Dolly Daydream on the outside, chipping away. Better Deal is third. Cove Beach to the outside. Italia Sealster on the pylons is fifth off of 56 1/2 and a 27 quarter. They're raced by 3/4. Soundbite Hanover is still game. Now Dolly Daydream on the outside is making some headway. Better Deal. Then Cove Beach and Italia Sealster as the field turns for home on down the stretch drive. They come. Dolly Daydream as they come on down the stretch drive. Dolly Daydream. Dolly Daydream was 1 for 18 on the season before they start. Now 2 for 19. Soundbite Hanover. Italia Sealster took out wide and came on to pick up third. Then Better Deal and Cove Beach. But it is Dolly Daydream who gets the job done to round out this day, Robert, and 5-2 on the board.
Yeah, it took a lot of money, right? I mean, it was one of those ones where, you could kind of follow the money. Took action throughout, and driven with the utmost confidence by Austin Story, who's been aboard in each of her previous four, where she had been second or third last time by a wide margin. Out of that exact same race, Italia Sealster comes out of, but she was a lot further out of it. So, big effort from this one. Like I said, I mean, I've seen her beat much tougher than these in the past. So, she gets kind of off the schneid. She's already got one victory this year, but just 1 for 18, now 2 for 19.
And Dolly Daydream is a bit of a closer that doesn't brush much, but definitely came first up and just kept on trucking. And the fractions were honest enough to take a shot at it.
No, definitely they were. And, Soundbite Hanover is coming back on short rest, right? I mean, and she's a horse that, when she does race, she gives it her all, and she typically goes, pretty big fractions, and she has to do a lot of work in these miles. So, if you've got the horsepower like she had tonight, you go first over against one like that, and you might be able to get past, and that's what Dolly Daydream did. But Soundbite Hanover still raced fantastic once again. I mean, she's a horse that typically does all the work, and tonight, she ends up with the second, but I think we'll see her right back at this level doing good things again.
And Italia Sealster gets away third, so that means either you're going to step out or stay on the inside. Did at least shake loose late.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she had pace at the end of that mile. Kind of had to get around Cove Beach as well before making that forward charge. So yeah, third at 3-1, better deal. Just didn't really have it tonight. I thought the trip was working out perfectly and couldn't punch up the inside with much horsepower. But Cove Beach rounds out the high five at 50-1. Might be able to help the value on it a little bit.
Absolutely. 35219. Back in front of us is number 3, Dolly Daydream. Austin Sorry with the winning drive. His 6-year-old Sunshine Beach Brown mare, owned by Jean Allaire and Jean-Francois McGuire, who's also the trainer. Winning drive by Austin Sorry. Second win this year, 15th lifetime. Dolly Daydream. The 11th race payouts, 3 Dolly Daydream, $7, 360, 250. 5 Soundbite Hanover, 310, 230. 2 Italia Silter, 230. The $2 exactor, numbers 3 and 5, 1860. Dollar try 2010, double of 6 and 3, 6070. Dollar pick 3, 420, 25. Dollar pick 4, 2400, 85.15. And then the dollar high five, 177.60. Eleventh race order finish from the tops of 431, 827, 695. That's 431, 827, 695. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Monday. Action resumes Wednesday, first dash 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Casey.